is gradient of a straight line? What? Something yx. Y equals to mx plus c is your equation of straight line. So this is what you have learned. For a straight line, it will always have a slope. So the steepness of the slope will tell you the gradient, how steep it is. So the slope can be going upward.
Oh yeah, we did learn this for physics.
The slope can be going downward. The slope can be flat, means no slope, or it can be undefined. Meaning unless you are Iron Man, you can fly on the spot vertically up, it's impossible, physically impossible for you to move upward. So it's an undefined gradient. Jump can go how high?
Very high.
Okay, so this is the undefined symbol. We call it the infinity symbol. This is where gradient is equals to 0. No slope, flat. Flat, horizontal. That's the symbol they use to represent gradient. Small letter m. Okay, and then this is vertical. Okay, downward you will have a negative gradient because when you are running down slope, it's as good as you spending like no effort. You just rely on the wind, then you just go down, right? And then if you are going upward, you need positive effort to actually move upward. So gradient is positive. So you have seen 4 types of slopes before in your life, or maybe not the vertical one. Okay, but what is really the formula to calculate gradient? Y2 minus Y1 over?
X2 minus X1.
Yeah, this one. Okay? Or some of you might have learned rise over run. So meaning if you are this person running up the slope to this point, so this is at x1. You run up to x2. So what is the distance here? It will be x2 minus x1. So this will tell you what is the horizontal distance that you have run forward. So this is the run. Vertically, you were at y1. Then you run up until it reaches y2. So what is the rise? How much have you rise up vertically? It will be y2 minus y1. So we use this formula to find change in the height where you are running forward. The per unit change in y over per unit change in x. So this formula gives you gradient. So all this you have learned before already. We are just recap. Okay, so these 3 things. Number 1, number 2, 4 types of slopes. And last one, the formula for gradient. All of it you have learned. So what is it that you want to learn more? Everything. How to? Why? Okay, so how do we specify which is y1 x1 y1 and x2 y2? How do we tell which is the value that we will sub into the formula? Anything else that you are interested to find out a bit more? What is the 2? Because it's like the second x. So we use, this one is like your superscript, right? If you see power on top, it's called superscript. Yeah. Superscript, but when you have a number at the bottom, it's called subscript. One is at the bottom, one is on top. It does make a difference. This one just tell you this is the first x value you have. This is the second x value you have. This is the third. But if you write it as a power, it's totally different because this means x multiply itself 2 times. Yes. So this one indicate x multiply itself 3 times.
So when we press calculator,
It's x cubed. Aiyah, gone. Okay, but anyway, don't worry about the small little one, small little 2. It just tells me that there are 2 different values of x.
so when I press calculator,
No need to press calculator. Yes.
Also, it's basically useless.
It's just telling you it's 2 different values of x. One at 0.1, one at 0.2. I'm just differentiating them. Just like I have 25 of you, each of you is like a student 1, S1, S2, S3, S4, but the number you write bottom. Because the moment you write on top, it means power. There is a different meaning. Okay, so these are just notations to differentiate the points. So don't worry too much about it. Okay, let's just practice. If I have 2 points, how do I, so let's answer Janisa's question. How do I know which is x1, x2, y1, y2? So we all know that in any coordinates we have, the first one is always x followed by y. So let's just conveniently assume that this is 0.1. If you don't like 1, you can also write xa, ya. Because it's the x coordinate of A, y coordinate of point B, point A. So we just write like that also fine. So this is x coordinate of point B, y coordinate of point B. You can also write it this way. So how do you find gradient? We use the y coordinate of B minus y coordinate of A. This will tell us how much we have rise up. So for example, if I plot this out, 0, 5 is somewhere here. This is my point A. Then 1, 8 is somewhere here. So how do I find my rise? It will be from 5 to 8. So it has rise up by 3 units. How do I know? I take y2 minus y1. So that's why I get 3. Okay, but what about the horizontal distance? Yeah, so we will also use B's x coordinate to subtract A's x coordinate. So you end off with 3 being the gradient. So this tells me that the gradient of this line has a slope of 3 units. That means every 1 unit I run, it should rise up by 3 units. That's the meaning of gradient. Every 1 unit I run, it should go up by 3 units. So the next point should reach 11. So slope tells you how much it increases every change in x. Okay, so if we move to point number 3, then it should go to 14 already. Point number 4, it will go to 17 and so on. So every 1 unit you run horizontally, it will increase by how much? So if gradient is 5, it tells me that every 1 unit of x I run horizontally, it should increase by 5 units upward. So that's the meaning of gradient. Okay, so this is the formula. Do you have to memorize? Actually, no need. If you know rise over run, you know how to calculate gradient. Can or cannot? Can, Okay. What is the gradient of a horizontal line? Got any slope or not? Because when we say gradient, we always say rise over run. If it's horizontal, does it have any rise? The rise is 0. So no matter you run how much, it will never go up. So your gradient, so whatever this is, it doesn't matter because it will always end up at 0. So gradient of a horizontal line is always 0 because we know that the y coordinate is the same. Same y coordinate. The moment you see that the y coordinate never change, you know that it will not rise up at all. So example, this point, minus 3 over 3. This point, 2, 3. It's horizontal. They will not go up in any way. What about vertical line? What about vertical line? It will give you infinity, right? So what do you think will give you infinity in a fraction? Let's imagine this is the run. I rise to the infinity, right? But do I run horizontally at all? It's just like Iron Man flying upward like that without moving any distance horizontally. So what I know is the run is 0. Can anything divide by 0? Can you divide anything by nothing? No, so it's undefined. So gradient for vertical line is undefined. You will see that the x coordinate is the same. Yes, you are right, undefined. It's like a 8 falling down. Or you can draw or you can spell. See which one you like. Okay, so gradient of horizontal line is 0, vertical line is undefined. Just imagine it's impossible for you to float up the sky. Unless, I don't know. Unless, yeah, your soul like rise up from your body, right? Okay, but
I believe in that.
so then it's not possible. That's why it's undefined.
Proven.
Can? So you only have 4 types of gradient. So I hope so far it's okay. Let's go to the next page and can you calculate the gradient of all the 6 parts on your own now? Okay, on your own, next page, there's part A to part H. Can you calculate the gradient? Chloe and Ufa, you know why you cannot sit together? It's really for your own good, How to calculate? So this one, how to calculate the gradient? You use y2 minus y1. Okay, I give you a sample. Y2 minus y1 over, Jamil, pay attention, x2 minus x1. So take this to be your x2. Yes, so you can find the difference. So this will give you a nice one. So you know it's an upward slope because let's say this point is 3, 4. This point is 6, 7. Horizontally, you move by 3 units. Vertically, you rise up by 3 units. So this is your rise. This is your run. So, but you need not always draw it out. So using this same method, can you find the gradient of all these 6 parts? M equals to 0 is fine. So you take note, there are some examples where the x coordinate is exactly the same or the y coordinate is exactly the same, like this one. Then what will happen to the gradient? When the x coordinate is the same, Okay, can you use the formula and calculate the gradient now? Yep. What? I no need to draw the line, I'm just showing you. Okay, you should have found some positive gradient, some negative, some zero, some undefined. Okay, using the formula. Almost all calculated already, right? Tell me the other part. Brandon, can you help me? Okay, let's run through. Okay, first thing first, if you plot out the points for part B, it looks like this. So you know it's a negative gradient. So when we use the formula, it's y2 minus y1. So doesn't matter which is x1, which is y1, which is x2, y2. Doesn't matter. You just decide the order. So in this case, I use 5 minus 8. Then the x2 minus x1. So if you press calculator, you will get negative 3 divided by 3. So you get gradient minus 1. Okay, if you got it right, put a tick. Jamil, follow. This is the easy one. Jamil, wake up. Okay, next one. Second part C. If you plot it out, it will look like a vertical line. So you know gradient is going to be undefined. But let's just double check. y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. You realize that it becomes divided by 0. So no matter what value you have on top, it's going to give you math error. So it's either undefined or you give me the infinity symbol. Okay, next. Oh, I think the labeling is wrong, right? This is C, D, E, F. Okay, so This one, if you plot out, is a horizontal line. You already know that the slope is 0. But how you get it? So it's just y2 minus y1. 1 minus 1. Then x2 minus x1. So you get 0 divided by any number. So it gives 0. Why mother tongue next period is it? I knew it. Okay, next two is all positive slope. So let's just do a quick calculation. y2 minus y1. x2 minus x1. So you should get a nice 1. Okay, and then the very last one, y2 minus y1. Then x2 minus x1. Just always decide on the same direction, then it will never go wrong. You will get a gradient 2. Okay? So if all is correct, we'll just take a pause here. I'm not assigning official homework. If you haven't finished your holiday one, quickly go and finish it up. If you want to read ahead, just go ahead and continue trying. Okay, but otherwise, no homework today. Yeah, enjoy mother tongue. Oh, it's what? Mother tongue fortnight, right? Okay, what? Why you all like that? It's not easy, you know. Okay, class 10. What? I'm taking. Okay, thank you, class. See, Sailesh, what happened to you? Ask you to sit in front and become like that. Oh. The steepness of a slope. So it can be upward sloping. So if it's upward sloping, your gradient will be a positive value. If it's downward sloping, it will be a negative value. If it's flat, it basically has no gradient. So it's a horizontal line. Okay, but however, if it's ever vertical, which is physically impossible for you to move upward vertically, then the gradient we say is undefined. Okay, so 4 types of gradient you will see. Type A, B, C, D. And we learned that the gradient formula, the symbol to represent gradient is a small m. Okay, and the gradient formula you all learn is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Basically, it's just the change in the value of y. So meaning this is at y2, this is at y1. So you are finding the rise, which is y2 minus y1. How much it has rise up. Okay, and then the horizontal distance, which is from x1 to x2, how much you have run horizontally. So x2 minus x1. So that's why the formula is rise over run. Okay, that is about all that we have learned last lesson. So let's continue from example 2 on page 2. This one. So they say I have vertices. You all know what's vertices? What? What's vertices? What's vertices? All the different sharp corners are all these sharp corners of your triangles, they are called vertices. Okay, so ABC. Okay, if I were to roughly draw it out, let's say -5, -3. So point A is here. Okay, 4, 0, let's say is here. B. Okay, and then I have negative 1, 3. Maybe somewhere here. So this is how my triangle looks like. Do you have to draw it out? No. Okay, but just to show you that this is what they mean. They say, can you find the gradient of all the sides of the triangle? So I can find gradient of AC first. This line. So to find gradient of AC, I need to find the rise. So A and C, the rise is 3 minus negative 3. Right? This is like my Y2. This is like my Y1. Okay, and then over my X2 minus X1. So if you press calculator, you get 6 over what? 4. So 3 over 2. If you don't like fraction, you can give me 1.5. So the gradient of the line AC is 1.5. Which makes sense because this is upward sloping. So it's positive. Okay? Then they also want you to find the gradient of the other side. Let's call it the BC line. So let's find the gradient of BC. So gradient of BC. So let's choose this 2 point now. Okay, so B and C. So rise over run. So 3 minus 0. Sailesh, don't play with that thing. Thank you. So 3 minus 0. Okay, then x2 minus x1. So minus 1 minus 4. So you press calculator, it's minus 3/5. If you don't like fraction, you can give me decimal also. Which makes sense because this is downward sloping, that's why it's negative. Okay, so how do you know whether it's going up or going down? Where are you? You always stand on the left side, moving upward. Left side, moving downward. Okay, you are always reading from the left to the right. So that is how you view the direction. Okay, the very last one is gradient of AB. So we go back to the last 2 points. A and B. So Y2 minus Y1. 0 minus 3. Then X2 minus X1. So 4 minus negative 5. You will get 3, 9, which is 1/3. If you don't like, you can write 0.3 with a dot on top. Okay, so gradient is 1/3. So these are the 3 gradients they want you to calculate. Okay, note that down. Make sure you know how to calculate gradient. Yeah? You can just decide. So for example, if this is A, this is B, you can choose these to be X1, Y1, X2, Y2. If you don't want, you can reverse it. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you decide on it once and for all. You can swap it around. So I show you, if let's say I choose this to be Y2, right? So Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X1. I get 3 over 9, which is 1/3, right? If I swap it around, it's going to give me the same answer. So minus 3 minus 0, minus 5 minus 4. Even if I were to swap the direction, I also get 1/3. So doesn't matter this is point 1 or point 2. As long as you keep to the same direction, you will get the same answer. Okay, so both are correct. Okay, so these are the 3 parts that you want. Why today's energy level are a bit different? You all know the long weekend is coming? Are you all not looking forward to it?
It's 1 day extra.
One day only, huh? You don't lie.
How could you
coffee spill again.
I think this is a sign. No more coffee for you.
Yeah, too
Yeah,
much
because
coffee.
your energy like that, every day I must throw back, is it? Oh my god, it's my butt. Oh my god, I turn around, y'all don't laugh at me, okay? Do y'all see coffee?
No.
Okay, fine. Oh my god, it's wet. Got tissue or
Is there
not?
coffee everywhere?
No, it's just on my chair.
Is it really?
Okay, I don't. Nobody got tissue in the class? You are the chosen one. So sad leh. Why ah?
I only got wet tissue.
I cannot. Luckily, my butt don't have coffee.
Nah, it's because you sit on the edge of the chair. Wait, is your bag leaking coffee?
I think so. Yeah? You hit me, that's it. My god. Okay, never mind. Take it as a short break for you. Short laughing break. I purposely do this so you can brighten up.
Yeah, calculated.
It was planned for. Totally. My god, the poor worksheet.
Oh my god, our worksheets. No.
But confirm my butt don't have all.
Yeah. Can I see your bag? What happened? You just show us your bag and just open it.
Don't want. It's crazy.
So you're gonna throw away that bag.
Okay, I can see right. Okay. Wait ah, I'm getting ready. Okay.
Not a miss one. First our WA, now our worksheets.
Never mind.
So I think it's time to take a short break.
No, we just took a break, right? Okay, let's continue. Find the gradient of the line passing through these 2 points. So let's say A is here, anyhow. 2, 3. B is here. K, 7. Why I know it's going upward? Because they tell me gradient is 2/3. So I know it's upward. Okay? So now they say, can you then find the value of K? So we use the gradient formula. Y2 minus Y1. So just decide that Y2 is one of it. And then the other one will naturally be Y1. So 7 minus 3 over K minus 2. Must always go in the same direction. Okay, and this will give me 2/3. So we go and simplify. On the left, this is 4. Bottom is still K minus 2. And then it's equals to 2/3. So make a guess. What do you think K is?
5.
So if we want to make them the same, I will technically change this to 4, 6, right? So that 4 and 4 is the same. And this must be equals to 6. Okay, so what is K? 8.
Later there'll be a huge coffee puddle on me.
Never mind. Things happens every day. But life goes on, people. So if you get coffee on your butt, you just go around telling people that this is coffee, this is not. But if you are a guy, it's fine. But if it's a girl, right, then they will all think she's just trying to hide it. But it's not. It's just coffee. Y'all are all my... never mind.
What time is this called?
Don't have, right? I feel like it's a bit like...
Well, you just.
Maybe there is like but not stain.
Yeah, not so nice to ask the 4 boys, right, really got coffee or not. Okay,
Okay,
but... Okay, never mind. I'm a mother, right? Okay, next. Example 4. I have 3 points lying on a straight line. So, I don't know whether it goes in this sequence, but never mind. We just anyhow plot first. Because they say they lie on the same line. So, basically,
Seashell.
these 3 points must be on the line. Maybe not exactly in this sequence, but it doesn't matter because they are all on the same line. So, they say, can you then find the value of K? So, what do you think I can do here? So use A to B or B to C. Use their gradient, right? First thing first, if they lie on the same line, they must have the same gradient also. Okay. Why?
Mr. Siddiq hurt my feelings.
Why?
You crashed out on all of
Yeah,
us.
they always push
I
it.
also don't know what we do.
For what?
They always push
Because
it.
It was
like
after
the whole
second.
class never cooperate.
Corporate like
some of us were talking.
Yeah, same bro.
during physics.
Yeah.
I was just there looking at my paper and then he started crashing out.
Okay, Kira, no one is
I thought you started.
Relax. Stop looking like
Okay. Shh. Crashing out means angry.
No, it's just scolded.
Oh, so if you say somebody crash out at you means the person is scolding. Why don't want lash
Very angry.
or just angry?
Crash out is like
I'm almost there, just in case you all don't know. If I don't get your file after the holiday, I'm also going to what? Crash out.
the other day you know I was nagging us. You remember?
So my level is only until nagging. I was quite angry already. Oh, that's my crash out.
You know,
Okay.
they say it was super funny.
Why?
Because they just say he was super mad when he left the class and after that he was dancing in the concert.
Yeah.
Oh.
He
He
was like,
never smile.
So that's why he was like a bit like not so in the
he was so
song.
angry. Then he got on the stage. He like,
Then y'all-
Me and his eyes were laughing because he
so he switched out so fast, bro.
No,
He has to.
performers are like that. No matter how angry you are when you're on the stage, you must smile.
But after the performance, he was still.
He looked like
Really,
pure
ah?
joy.
But he was happy once he saw me.
Okay, so stop
Okay, bro, fine.
making the teachers angry, y'all.
So they always talk, don't know how to do the work.
You talk, don't know how to do the work.
I finish my work, then I talk.
Yeah, say.
Oh shit.
Do I need to submit?
Yes, because you never pass.
Teacher, what else do I need?
Everything else.
I never passed.
Okay, you know the the content page? You look for the worksheet, you tick. You see how many you don't have. Quite a lot.
So I never passed.
Okay, I will go and print out more and put in my locker. If you don't have content page, go to my locker and get one before you leave school today. So next Tuesday, you can start submitting your files.
Yes, sir, I don't have any other worksheet. All of them.
Are you very sure there is?
Yeah.
Or
Maybe he was absent.
then maybe they will talk to you lah in person.
Absent
Mr.
minded.
Kong, Miss Suba,
Mr. Kong the
Mr. Ho, you choose who you want to talk to. Okay?
Mr. Kong very chill one.
Okay, I'm continuing. Y'all just declare your own break, huh? Okay. If the 3 points they lie on the same straight line, there is a term for it. They are called collinear points. Just like the teachers in the same school, we call colleagues, right? So points that are on the same line, they are collinear points. Okay, they all lie on the same linear line, so they are called collinear points. So this one not stated anywhere, but please write it down, it's important. Okay, same gradient. So just now Latika was saying maybe we can compare the gradient between AB and the gradient between BC. Okay, but you will realize that both will have K in it, right? So is there another gradient that we can compare that don't have K in it? AC. So maybe we want to choose one AC, compare with either AB or BC, because that way we don't have so many K's to deal with. If not, it will be quite complicated. So let's find gradient AC first. So gradient AC, we just decide that this is Y2 minus Y1. Okay, then this is X2 minus X1. So you get 6, 9. That's it, my lesson only one period gone like that. Okay, the other line you can choose is maybe BC. So we can choose Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X1. So you get this. So these two must be equal. They lie on the same line means they must be having the same gradient. So these two being equal to each other, can we then solve for it? So same thing, we do the same thing, make this 6. So now that the denominator is the same, the numerator must be equal. So 4 must be 3 minus K. So K is minus 1. Okay? So if they lie on the same line, they have the same gradient. Yes, of course. Where did the... this one was from these two. They are equal, right? So I try to make this also 6 so that I can compare them. Yeah. So this is like gradient AC equals to gradient BC. Yeah. How do you know they are equal? Okay, because they lie on the same line, the slope is of the same steepness. Right? They are on the same slope. Like when you are on the staircase, right? Whether you are sitting at a lower point or a higher point, the gradient is the same. The steepness of the slope is the same. So, this gradient of the line AC and the gradient of the line BC, they are basically equal. So, you can equate them together. Can? This one belongs to Ethan. You know what they say about guys? They say next time you choose a partner, right? You must choose the partner who brings tissue, wet tissue, sanitizer. Because that's the person who will take care of you. And that's my husband. Yeah, so you all must choose a guy like that. So guy, you all reflect, in your pocket must have tissue, wet tissue. Because you go to the table, right? You all go out, want to go and eat, right? Then the guy will take out the wet tissue and wipe the table. That kind of guy will take care of you. Yeah, this is good. Right, then when you want to go toilet, right, then he will pass you tissue, pass you wet wipe, then go to the toilet. Yeah, my husband like that. Yeah, my husband like that. So you must find guys that take care of you like that. Don't talk about my house. It's
Is
in
it
a mess.
renovated? Is it fully renovated?
Not yet. My cabinets are not ready. Okay, but of course, every guy will have their positive and their negative. My husband got organization problem.
OCD.
So meaning no, not OCD. Basically everything there, right? He don't know how to sort things out. Yeah, then he can never find the things that we need. You say, can you go and get the scissors? Where is it? That's an I go and take myself. Yeah, so every positive they have, they also come with some negative. So no perfect man, also no perfect woman. The girls these days have temper, guys. So y'all must deal with it. Okay, anyway, line segment means what? Do y'all know all the definitions? What's the difference between line and line segment? Do y'all know what's the difference? Line is like infinity. So this line and the other part of the line, they extend to infinity until you cannot see them. Line segment is a chopped version. So for instance, like that, between these 2 points, this is the line segment AB. So it's like one chopped section of the line. The normal line is the infinity kind of line that doesn't bound to any point. So now they are saying I have a line segment P going to Q, right? It's chopped in this way, just one line segment, and it cuts the y-axis. So let's say this is your y-axis, okay, at a point R. Okay, although it's not going to be a positive line like what you see here. Okay, maybe I should draw it like a bit more slanted. Maybe like that. Okay, something like that. Okay, then they say, can you find the coordinates of R? So, what do you think we can do? First thing is, I know R.
So why you suddenly start with the line?
Because it makes it,
Must say earlier.
it's more logical. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. So, y-axis means, do you know any of the coordinate?
Yes.
You just don't know what's the y, right? But do you know the x?
Yes.
What is it? What is the x coordinate of R? 0. Very good. So I already know that this is 0. So this one I don't know. But maybe I don't call it y. I call it k. Because you all like to solve for k, right? A, B, C until Z. You choose any letter you want.
For X.
So that is one thing that we don't know. So what do you think we can do here? How can we solve this question? Make a guess. It is like this. The example 4 on top. You can draw a triangle if you need to. But isn't this like this diagram? These 3 points are on the same line. Right? So technically the gradient should be equal also. So gradient of the line PQ should be the same as the gradient of the line PR. It should also be the same as the gradient of the line RQ. So they are all equal. So this slope, the full slope, they should all be equal. So we can start calculating the gradient of PQ first. So let's say I choose this to be Y2 minus Y1. Okay, then X2 minus X1. So I get gradient to be 10 minus 12, which is 5, 6. Okay, so this is PQ's gradient. What about PR? So let's say I choose this to be the Y2. So K minus 4 over 0 minus 3. So it should be equals to this. So how do I compare these two? How do I compare them? They are side by side already. So what should I do? What should I do to make them the same? Same bottom. So times negative 2. Okay? So this will become this. Right? So the moment they are same on both sides, you can equate this and solve for the unknown. So solving you can. Okay, something like this. Okay, I will resist giving you homework this weekend. Okay, but you come back must have found. Plus. Oh, yeah.
If this one wins the lottery, what will she give us?
Sorry. Okay, this is plus 8 spotted by you, nah. This one multiply by negative 2. So you get minus 3 here. You need to what?
The one I don't have.
The worksheet.
Yes.
So can you check against the content page and tell me what you don't have? That means you go and tick through it first. 1.5 ah. Okay, but then the keyword is I resist ah. So usually you all resist the temptation to play PLD, but do you all still play? Okay, so this is 4.1 for you. Let's do, this one poor thing.
So one of us won't get a worksheet.
No lah, I have extra of course.
Aww.
Okay, let's avoid giving this.
I need 1.6 PMP.
1.6 PMP is a PMP. It's done by you. It's done by you. How to give you? The questions are all. It's all in chapter 1. No, your chapter 1 also like author vegetable like that. Okay, see this 1.4, right? 1.5. 1.6.
Why is it not becoming a square?
PMP. So usually you do it here. Okay. You must tick against the list. So all these I help you to do. So you must go and find all those that you don't have. Tick think and check. Yours was all over the place and no contentation. I don't think I have enough. Who don't mind copy worksheet?
Me.
Okay, this one don't want. This one very sad. Okay, I prioritize this one first. Should have. I hope have enough.
I can get the
3,
coffee
4,
worksheet.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I like the sense of coffee.
Yeah, because when you are bored, cannot stay awake during math,
smell
you
the
just
coffee.
smell the
Yeah.
coffee. Hey, maybe have enough. Would you put coffee? 3, 4, 5. I have enough. So many extra.
Oh.
Coffee's right there.
Can I have the coffee worksheet?
Okay, I'm gonna teach you all a bit about computational thinking. Yeah, so it's a way of thinking. And if we go high level one of these days, we will do coding.
3, 1.
Okay? But some of you, no, I mean we are not there yet. We are at the very fundamental level. Okay, but my poor, I never bring marker. Okay, I use this.
I sat in a room learning Python for 4 hours on Wednesday.
Okay, so I'm gonna introduce computational thinking first. Then we'll do 4.2 because it should help you.
Bracket. They went to NYTC also.
Okay. So
The drone competition.
So basically, right, computational thinking sits in very well with math. Why? Because we always go through these 4 patterns, these 4 components of computational thinking. The first one is called abstraction. So what is abstraction in math? We identify the key information. Every time you read the problem, right, the question, you go and draw out the key information that will help you solve the problem. So that's abstraction. We always do abstraction. Okay, but some of you never lah. That's why you cannot solve, right? So we must do abstraction first and ignore the distractors. There's always information there that doesn't help you solve the problem. They are there to distract you. Just like there are people in your life that will distract you from doing well. Okay, but you ignore and you take out the key things that is helpful for you. Okay, next one is generalized. Okay, we will usually do decomposition also because sometimes the problem is a bit complex. You need to break it down into smaller parts and solve one part first before you can solve the bigger part. So that's decomposition, breaking the problem down. And then after a while, you will generalize. Means you find a pattern to solve it. Usually this type of question, what is the way to solve? The method, right? Then finally, you go to algorithm design. In your mind, there is a certain fixed way of steps to help you solve the question. So computational thinking is not new to any one of you, just that you don't know you are using computational thinking. So abstract the key information to help you solve. Break the problem down by decomposition. And then you look for a pattern. Okay, try to use a pattern to solve it. And then finally, design a series of steps to solve your problem. So this is the whole thing about computational thinking. So first thing first, how is this applicable to what we are learning? So for example, this is my question. This is my question. I want you to find the equation of the line. Right? And they tell you it passes through 2 points. So under abstraction, we know that these are the 2 points that they give me. Correct? These are the 2 relevant points that they give me. And what I want to find. Output is what I want to find. So maybe you can write in your notes what you want to find. Or solve. Okay, input is what you sub in. What info you have. Okay, so with this, then we start to find a pattern. Okay, some questions are not complex, so we don't need to do decomposition for this question. Nothing to break down, it's so direct. So we just straight away try to generalize and look for a pattern. So we do know that in lower set, equation of a straight line is y equals to mx plus c. Correct? This is the pattern. Because question wants me to find a straight line. So I know this is gradient. What is c? What is c? I'm waiting. What is C? Nobody know what is C. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Charlie.
What is C? You all don't know this?
Like sec 2 or something.
Vera, I'm looking at you. Ria, what is C? Don't know ah. Y equals to mx plus c. You all never see this equation before?
Y
In
equals
sec
MC
2.
squared.
Yeah, but what is the m? M is gradient, right? But what is the c?
Is it the point
C
where
is
it-
for clue.
Is it the point where it crosses the x1 line?
The point where it crosses the which axis? Y axis. Y intercept. Oh my god.
Why is it not Y?
It's just called C. So meaning your equation, let's say this line,
All good, we blame it on Melon.
will always pass through the y-intercept at a point C. And this line will have a gradient, whatever it is. So any straight line will always have this equation, y equals to mx plus c. Depending on where it cuts the y-axis, depending on what's your gradient. So only these two will change. The x and the y will always be there. Okay, so the pattern that we need to rely on, or the theory, or the formula, will always be y equals to mx plus c, and of course the gradient formula. So now, we design a series of steps to help us solve the problem. So first thing first, we put in the 2 points that we are given. Then we go and calculate gradient using that 2 points. So we learned already, right? y2 minus y1. x2 minus x1. So next step, we find gradient. After we find gradient, what we do? We sub in the we find the y-intercept, okay, by using this formula. Okay, then with the gradient, with the y-intercept, we get our equation. So this is computational thinking. Every time we solve a problem, we need to think about what we are given, what we want to solve, what formula we can use, what are the steps we can do to get to the answer. So the whole solving process is computational thinking. Okay, in case you all don't know that you are using computational thinking, you are. Okay, so let's practice that. Let's help you with problem solving. So those people who are very good with computational thinking are excellent problem solvers. Okay, because they always go through these systemic steps. Okay, we try. So now, this is the question. What is my input? Based on my question, what is my input? What's the 2 input that I'm given in the question? My question is here. So I write down, this is my input.
Because I haven't had course fee for a while.
Okay, this is my 2 inputs. Okay, so first step, I'm supposed to find gradient. So y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1. So this is the gradient that I get. Then next step, they say, choose one of the point and then use this formula, y minus gradient times x. So you just pick one of the point, either this or this. So I will clearly choose this because it's easy. The numbers are easier, no negative. I don't have to deal with difficult calculation. So I'm going to choose this as my x1, y1, and I sub in. So my y is 7, gradient is 2/3, and then my x is 0. Okay, so again, how do I get it? I know my gradient is 2/3. My x1, y1, I choose it to be 0, 7. So these are the values you put in to find your y-intercept. So in the end, your y-intercept is 7. So now can you find your output? Your output is this. So just now I told you, 2 things will never change. Your y and your x will never change. Only your gradient and your y-intercept will change value. So gradient change to what? What is the gradient that you have calculated? This one, right? So change this to 2/3. What is your y-intercept? 7. So change this to 7. So this is your equation of your straight line that you are trying to find. So as long as you run through these steps, you will be able to get to the answer. Can you repeat and try this for the second one on your own? What are the inputs? How to find gradient? How to find y-intercept? And then finally equation. Okay, repeat this same step and do this on your own. Our lesson is until 10:45, right? Today is Friday, right?
Sadly.
It's not on the timetable.
On the left, on the left.
Oh, but they don't write small.
On the left, on the
Okay.
left.
On the left.
On the left.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
can. Great.
That's from last year. Right?
Okay, but it still works. Okay, continue, try.
You're so good with that.
Try. Hey, try. Just follow the steps in the same way as the first part.
He's still drinking coffee.
We will not give up on coffee,
I agree.
even when the coffee always spill on me. I cannot put in my bag, I must remember that. Every time I don't remember. People are like that, forgetful. That's why we always forgive.
Forgive and forget. What is it? It's not negative. What? Okay.
Gradient is -1, y-intercept is -17 or 17. What is negative or negative 17? Did you get that?
Oh, bro, you're so... You didn't put a bracket.
Hey, I got another y-intercept. Some got 9 leh.
I got 13.7.
X is X1.
13 minus. You cannot suddenly change the order. So if you start from here, you must minus this minus this. So you cannot swap. What's the 7? You want all different y-intercept. Yeah.
C. What's C?
Yep. What's your C? Everybody got different. You got 10 ah? Okay, wait, we check. We check. Okay, y2 minus y1. Remember, when you start from here and here, your x also must start from here. So 13 minus negative 2. So this is minus 15, 15. So your m must be minus 1. So if it's correct, you are half right already. Y-intercept, you need to choose one of the x coordinate. Let's say you choose this. So they say y minus mx. So y minus mx. So you press calculator 9. Right? You all check your calculation. Correct? Okay, so the equation is this. Remember, everything except y and x don't change. Gradient, you put in accordingly. Y-intercept, you put in accordingly. This is the equation we want. No need to write 1 if you don't want, just minus x plus 9. Minus y equals to minus x plus 9. This is the equation we want. Okay, so now that you have better understanding, you can do the next two. And in fact, the next 3. Okay, repeat the same step. After a while, you don't even need to look at the steps, and then you should be able to find it one by one. Yes, can. Okay, repeat for CDE. So after a while, the whole flow chart should be in your mind. Then you know how to solve already. Free.
No, I think it is breakfast.
This is cooking.
Who knows what diseases is carrying?
Hmm?
What is 0x minus
0x minus 2. 0x is gone already, ma. So left minus 2 only. Because 0 times x is just 0. Y. X. Plus minus 3/5 minus 2 and what? 3/5 ah?
how we now get 0? I press the same thing.
Which one 0?
M.
No, m is not 0.
Cannot be 0.
I don't know. I think my calculator broken.
I see your calculator.
No.
The coffee label.
The wrong number. No, I never.
I prefer. Say hi.
No lah, just change the number.
Oh, it's minus 1.5x. Minus 2.6.
So it's minus 2/6, correct? This either minus 0.2. You can choose another pair. You will get the same answer.
I'm sending out the UI form for the selfie.
Now I get one. Did you get one? Yeah. For M.
Okay, you can check part C on the screen, see whether you're on the right track. You can put decimal or fraction up to you as long as it's consistent. Okay, if you can do this, it's 3 marks in your pocket. So X and 1. So you just pick one pair. So you can say this, right?
It's like the budget one. I can't afford the XM. Yeah. The XM5 of the earbuds. I had, Skullcan. Yeah, I had the heavy bass one. But I snapped it.
Don't wait for me. Okay, you should check your C and then start doing D. In end of the bell, you must get the equation, concept out. Out.
Why are you on?
Shailesh, why are you talking to yourself?
Yeah, he's waiting. I got my own now.
Oh my goodness.
That's fine.
Medal would be better. Medal.
How is it?
What, isn't it? -6.
Oh, finally.
Correct. I'm proud.
So this equation, it doesn't have gradient, means it's a straight line that is at -6. Therefore. So mathematically, this symbol is called therefore. If you do the triangle opposite, this is because. Okay, so I'm not assigning homework, but oh dear, my whole thing disappear. You calculate this is 0. 0 divided by 13. No lah, -6 plus, right? Minus become plus.
Wednesday after school, can I go for consultation?
Can.
I've done the exact same thing on the cover.
What's up?
Okay, wait, I come over.
No. Wait, yeah, it's right here.
So your equation is this, This is your equation. It's a horizontal line. Okay, I'm not giving. Okay, write it down. These two coordinate. 4 minus 3. Minus 3, negative 17. So these two are the inputs. Who else don't have? Oh, you have some. Who else? The NCC, yeah. Any more? Okay. So we are supposed to find what? In the first step? Gradient. So first thing first, find gradient. Y2 minus Y1. Okay, Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X1. Okay, remember the Y is on top, the X is at the bottom. So what do you get? So it's a gradient of 2. Next, you want to find y-intercept. The formula to find it is m x minus y, right? No. Y minus mx. Okay? So in order to find y-intercept, you need to choose one point. So out of the 2 points that you have, choose one that you like better. So let's say we choose T. Right? So the y value you put in is minus 3, subtract gradient times x. So this is your x, this is your y. 2 is the gradient value. So remember, you use this formula to find y-intercept. Okay, so this is the gradient, this is the x coordinate, this is the y. Okay, so you go and calculate, you get negative 11. So this is your y-intercept value. Final answer, you get y equals to mx plus c. So gradient is 2, y-intercept is minus 11. So this is the equation of the line. Okay, so this is the sequence of steps that you have designed, okay, using computational thinking to solve for equation of a straight line. So this is the flow chart, okay, that helps you to solve for equation of straight line. Okay, however, some of you don't like the flow chart. You don't like to go through flow chart. Maybe you prefer writing the steps in words. So can you tell me, when you want to solve for this kind of question, what's the first step you need to do? What is the first step? Find the input. So in this case, the input is the 2 points on the line. So that is your first step. Okay, when they give you the 2 points on the line, then what is your second step? What is your second step? Gradient? Gradient. Okay, find the gradient of the line. So you can use the formula y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1. So in your mind, this is the second step. Okay, third step. Third step. How to find? What do you need to find in the third step? Find the y-intercept. C equals to y minus mx. Okay, by substituting m and a point. Okay, so here gives you M, here gives you C. So final step, we find the equation of the straight line. Okay, by substituting M and C to find y equals to mx plus c. Okay, so in words, these are the 4 steps that you perform in a flow chart. It is that flow chart that you see there. So either way, it is just a series of steps to help you solve the problem. Yes, I give you back. I see you tomorrow. I give you back tomorrow. Okay, today we only have 1 period. I want to finish this up. Okay, so I'm just showing you enlarge. Why?
This is John.
Every day got something one.
My press John down. This is better than pressing people's face off.
Okay. I feel threatened.
Oh, this one, I will never do that to you.
Yeah, you only do that to John.
Yes.
Whoever John is.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, remember, so in your mind, you must have these steps. Then you can find equation of a straight line. Okay, let's move on to the next page. There are many types of lines that we will see in our life. I don't have a housewarming.
Oh, we don't know. We are having a housewarming for you. So we really don't want us.
Yeah, this one, we really want to go to your house.
Don't. So, it's not ready. I will be scared.
We cannot like that. No, next time Chinese New Year, you invite us.
The whole class get 8. Then I invite you to my house.
Never like that's never happening lah. You know
The whole class, okay? The whole class.
class pass. That's
Oh,
the
pass.
thing,
Pass easy.
It's not.
We see first. We see WA2. Later I say then everybody magically pass, that's it.
You don't ask that lah.
No, A lah. I mean like must have some challenge, right? So easy, what's the point?
Not but everyone improve. Not.
Okay, let's talk about math first. Not about the math teacher's house. Okay, anyway, you have a up slope, a down slope, horizontal and vertical. So 4 types of lines. So first thing first, this is our standard step. Okay, this is our standard. We have gone through this for 5 examples. We are very clear with the algorithm or the methods of solving this kind of lines. So this is the same 4 steps. But I'm just telling you, what if the gradient is 0? That means at this point in time, you got gradient as 0. What happens to your y-intercept? What? C will be equals to y minus mx, right? But whatever your gradient is 0. So you realize that C's value is the same as your y coordinate. Okay, never mind. Let him rest. Okay, for example, this coordinate, let's say A is 3, 5. And then this is 5, 5. Okay? So if you were to choose one of the pair, let's say 3, 5, what happens to your y-intercept here? What happens to your y-intercept? I sub in for you so you can see better. In this case, y is 5, gradient is 0, x is 3. So you realize that y-intercept is also 5. So I highlight for you, your y-intercept, your y-coordinates for all the points will be the same. So can you see this? Same y-coordinate. So your equation of line will change to y equals to 5. Or in this case, let's not write 5, it is just c, because they will be the same value. So can you see there is a slight difference? If it's going upward or downward, you will have y equals to mx plus c. But when it's a horizontal line, your y is just equals to your c value. There's no gradient because it's 0. So your equation just straight away becomes y equals to whatever your y value is. So in this case, if it's 5, then your equation is y equals to 5. So this line, if it's at 5, then this equation is called y equals to 5. Okay? C is y-intercept. It's a symbol to represent y-intercept. Okay, y-intercept means where it cuts the y-axis. Okay? Okay, now the problem is this. What if my gradient is undefined? Okay, what if my gradient is undefined? Because let's say this is my coordinate 3, 5 and then 3, 8. So when I'm finding gradient, what happens? y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1, you get 3 over 0. Your calculator gives you math error. So it's undefined. So when it's undefined, it's impossible for you to sub in here because there's no value you can sub in. So when that happens, your equation is always x equals to a value. So what value will that be? It is the value of x that you see here. Same x coordinate. So in this case, it will just be x equals to 3. So it becomes an equation of this line, x equals to 3. So just take note, when it's upward or downward, your equation is y equals to mx plus c. Okay, when it's a horizontal line, the gradient becomes 0. It is just y equals to c. Okay, but when it's a vertical line, no gradient to sub in, it will be x equals to whatever the coordinate is. So there are 4 types of gradient you will see. Make sure you know all 4 types. So let's practice. Part A. Who can tell me what is the equation of the line? Part A. I have gradient. I have y-intercept. Can someone tell me what is the gradient? What is the equation of part A? Anybody? This one. Who can tell me? Nobody? Kiran? What is the equation of this line? Y equals to mx plus c. I have m, I have c. Put in the m, put in the c here. What do you get? Y equals to what plus what plus what? 1x plus 3. Because the gradient is 1, The y-intercept is C. So this is just the equation of the first line. Okay, let's look at B. I have gradient, but I don't have y-intercept, but I can find. So the y-intercept, we will find it in this way, right? So this is the formula to find y-intercept. So how will you find it, Brennan? How to find y-intercept? This is my x. This is my y. I also have m. Okay, good. So you sub in every value you have. It becomes 7. So I have gradient. I have y-intercept. So, Jamil, what's my equation? Y equals to? Yeah, mx plus c. What's my m? Minus 2x plus my c. What's my c? Yes. So this is the equation of the second line. So the moment you know the steps, you know how to find equation. Let's look at part C. Nice shot. How do I find the gradient of the line PQ? This one. Yeah, what's the formula? Y2 minus Y1. What? 1 minus what? 1 minus 4 over what minus what? 3 minus 0, correct? Okay, so you just have to plug in. Then this will give you minus 1 for the gradient. Justin, how to find y-intercept using the formula? Choose one point first. Let's say we choose the point P. My gradient is minus 1. How to find C? I pick already. Pick Q. So this is X, this is Y. So how should I sub in? 3 minus, what is gradient? What is it? What's my gradient value? No, what's my gradient value that I should plug in? Can see or not? Oh, no paper. Then why you never take from the start? Take one lah. I say don't go through the lesson without the notes. Okay, then let's quickly help him. What should I sub in? Yeah, then what's the x? What's my x coordinate? Yeah, so the rest you just substitute. You get minus 7. So what is the equation? Ufa. Is it 10? Correct, right? Oh, I choose the wrong point. Gosh. Nobody tell me. So what is the P? Oh, 0, 4. So let's change this. All these correct, right? Only the y and the x is wrong. X is 0. Y is 4. So actually this is just 4. Okay, so what is the equation, Ufa? I have my gradient and my y-intercept. This is my gradient. This is my y-intercept. So what is my y equals to mx plus c? Y equals to minus 1x plus 4. Okay, so the moment you get the equation, the moment you get the gradient and y-intercept, you can find equation. Let's try D now. Yoon, what should I do in the first step? I know 2 points, my inputs. What is the first step I should do? Okay, so how to find gradient? Okay. Okay. So you will get undefined, right? Your calculator will give you undefined math error because the denominator is 0. So straight away just now out of the 4 case, if it's undefined, your equation will become x equals to something. No need to find y-intercept already. So go and look at your x coordinate here. You realize that the x is always minus 10. So the equation is minus 10. Done. Okay, so your gradient tells you a lot of things. Don't need to work so hard. Let's try E. I have 2 points. Okay, let's try fish bun. What should I do in the first step? Find what? Find the? What's that formula called? What's that keyword? Y on top, Y on top. So what is that? What are you finding? Gradient. So the keyword is gradient. So y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So what do you sub in? Okay, over 6 minus negative 4. You will end up having the gradient as 0. So the moment gradient is 0, you know is this case. So your equation is just equals to your y-intercept. So it's y equals to whatever y coordinate you see here. Here. Can you see it's the same? So actually it's just equals to 2. Done. Because there's no mx, this all will become 0. So no need to write this. Just y equals to c will do. So this is your equation. Okay, last one. Last one, let's ask Rebecca. I have 2 points. What should I find first? Okay, so how to find? Okay. Oh, F. Okay, then what minus what? So you will get 18 over 3, which is 6. So gradient is 6. Chloe, what do I find next? What do I find next? After you find gradient, what's the next step? What's the next step? After you got M, we need C, right? So how to find C? Y minus mx. Okay, so choose one point. Which point you like? P or Q? Q. Okay, so let's choose Q. So this tells me my x is 14, my y is 7, and my gradient is 6. So just sub in. Just sub in everything you have. So what is your y-intercept? Press calculator for me. What do you get? Negative 77. So big. Okay, so once you got it, with the gradient, with the y-intercept, what is the equation? Haya. Y equals to 6x minus 77. That's all. Okay, so just like that, you get 3 marks. Make sure you know how to find gradient, y-intercept, and equation. It's the standard step. Okay, last question, last example is what if they don't give you in a very nice way? They don't give you the question in the way you want. Okay, what if? Are you still copying or done? Nobody is copying. Okay, this one. I will zoom into the question. Okay, if you are given an equation in this way, and question say, can you tell me what's the gradient and what's the y-intercept? So what I need to know in my mind is that y is equals to mx plus c. But this one, my y is here. So what do you think I need to do? What do you think I need to do? Make a guess. I need y to be on one side, and then the x and the constant to be on the other side. So I need to keep this here. Everything else, I need to shift it to the other side. So what do you think I need to do? So shift the 5x to the other side by subtracting 5x on both sides. So in this way, can you see that this is what you get? I shift the 5x to the right side, and then I get y equals to minus 5x plus 2. So by making a comparison here, can you then see what is y-intercept and what is gradient? What is the y-intercept? And the gradient is minus 5. I just compare, right? What is my y-intercept? Just 2. So you just need to reshuffle and compare. Okay? So even if they never give you 2 points, they give you the equation straight away, you can also rearrange and get the answer. Okay, what if my equation is like that? What if my equation is like that? What do I do in the first step? If I want to find the gradient and the y-intercept, what is the first step I need to do? I keep the 2y here. Okay, so I shift the 5x to the other side first. So this one is gone. So maybe I write this one first. Minus 5x plus 7. Okay, but I don't want 2y. I only want 1y. So what should I do? Every number you see there, divide by 2. Divide by 2. Divide by 2. Divide by 2. So I get minus 2.5x plus 3.5. So with that, I know this is my gradient. This is my y-intercept. Okay, so if question asks you this way, you also don't be scared. Okay, you can get the gradient and y-intercept in this way. So this is example for you to copy down somewhere. Okay? Can so you have learned the method thoroughly. So today, right, when you go back, can you see notes 4.2? This tag, your original notes, all the examples you see there,
Martha,
you should be able to do today.
this one, do you want to stay for another period?
So today you go back home, turn to your 4.2 notes and do example 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it a bit too much for CCA day?
Yeah, it really is.
Actually, you can do the whole of 4.2 or 8 examples.
There's the CCA days give chance. Yeah.
Wait, I'm looking again.
To be honest, prepare for sleep. Today you should like let us go. Then tomorrow.
Okay, do example 1, 2, 3, 4, can? I discount 3 example. No, I discount 8 example. 4 example, no. So do example 1, 2, 3, 4. Just calculate all the gradient and the equation of straight line. Okay, as a practice. Okay, that's all. Any more files? I still haven't received some files. There's about 10 or 12 of you who haven't given me your file. I know who you are, so better pass to me before I chase you down. Yep. Okay. The three of you who need the content page, collect from my. Okay, so they ask you which of the above represents a line that passes through origin. Pass through origin means what? This one. So this is the one that passed through 0, 0. 0, 0. Okay, in fact, there's quite a number that pass through your origin, because as long as your y-intercept is equals to 0, then it all passes through origin, because it means your curve, either upward or downward sloping, it passed through your y-intercept at 0. So this means C equals to 0. So which of the above equation, or the equation from E to I, how do you know? Because y-intercept is 0. So all this equation you see here, where C is equals to 0, they pass through origin. Then they ask you the next question, is there any equation that is a horizontal line? Which one? There is only one, which is this one.
Yeah,
Horizontal line means what?
always 0.
Flat. So what is the thing that is always 0? Gradient. So only G is a horizontal line because gradient is 0. That's the reason. Okay, and last one, do you have a vertical line? I think in all these examples, there is none. Okay, because if it is a if it's a vertical line, your gradient must be undefined. But for all your examples, they give you a gradient with a value. Okay, so these are the answers that were not written by your friends. So please fill that up. Okay, don't leave your notes empty, Okay, later I will load in all the videos so that this weekend you can study. Usually it's week 6, 7, 8 onwards. Now it's 2. Very soon. Okay, very soon. What retest? Oh. All done? Not yet. Hey, tomorrow we have lessons or not?
Tomorrow no.
Tomorrow is Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I cannot quiz you. Okay, Friday your HBL homework is SLS. I need you to self-learn 4.3. SLS.
Wait, you saw the algebra one, right? The new one.
It's just one formula to calculate length. So they teach you how to calculate length formula. Then after you do the SLS package, you can come to your notes 4.3 and try the questions. So if your SLS account is locked, please text me. Don't just tell me next week that, oh, my SLS cannot access. Okay, next one. This one. All your friends have written the answers on the board. This is x minus 3. Okay. This is 1/4 x. What's my y-intercept? Plus 2.5. Okay, part D is y equals to minus 4/5 plus what? Or minus 8.6. So maybe if you can, try to make sure they are consistent. If you use fraction, you use fraction throughout. If you use decimal, you use decimal throughout. So this is the gradient. Focus. Yeah. Wait, Silas is outside. Gradient, y-intercept. Okay, so double check. All these answers are on the board. So let me help you recap one more time. Is first, always calculate gradient. Okay, second, find y-intercept. So you will just use mx, y minus mx to find y-intercept. Then finally, using these two answers, okay, put it into your y equals to mx plus c. Okay, so it's always these same 3 steps. Okay, next example 3, your friends have found the answer for you. This one is what? Y equals to, wrong one. Oh, 3a, 3b. X equals to 4. Because you will realize that your gradient is undefined. When gradient is undefined, it's a vertical line. So your equation is always x equals to something, and you realize that the x will never change. It will be the same value here. So equation where your gradient is undefined will be a x equals to. Okay, next one. This one, part C, what's the answer? 4x plus 1. This one. Okay, part D is y equals to 1/5 x. Okay, so can you copy down the correct answers? Make sure you get the right thing. Hey, changing seats,
No, she's tweaking.
with Parish. You watch out.
Wait, I go behind you.
No, Parish is there later. He say he don't mind sitting with a girl.
Oh, Gavin wants to.
Yeah, Gavin mind. He protested last night like weird. 2 of them protest.
Korea.
I don't know what happened.
It's the Korea. You know right? Korea.
Why leh? What's wrong with Gavin?
If I just give you the opposite gender. Is that opposite gender? You need to accept me. Refer to a girl as the opposite gender. Never mind. It's not only girl.
Okay, let me do 4 together now. This one, they say, can you write your equation in gradient intercept form? Meaning, this is just another word to represent this. Gradient intercept form means this. This is your gradient intercept. So when they use this word, don't panic. They just want you to write your answer in this way. So first thing first, remember we always want to keep the y here. Don't change position. So y stays here, 2 stays here. Bring the 5x to the other side. Okay, so bring the 5x to the other side. I honestly hear bird, you know.
It's him. He's so annoying.
So you got like bird park our class. Okay. Shh. Remember it must be this form, right? So rearrange it. Write the 5x first, followed by the 2. Can. Okay, so change this. Write it in this way. Sailesh, focus. This one. Then they say, can you then tell me what's the gradient and what's the y-intercept? So the gradient in this case, I'm going to
No, I'm so sorry. No, because I'm just stretch.
focus. Okay, so once you have gradient intercept form, then you can pick out your gradient, pick out your y-intercept. Just from that form. So straight away pick out gradient. Okay, pick out your y-intercept. No, this one is just rearranging.
You know, back in those days, I used to be like a math student.
So now you are not. Okay, next one. Keep the y here. What do I do to the rest of the numbers? So the 2x I don't want, bring over, become minus 2x. The minus 3, I don't want it here, I shift over, become plus 3. So this is my part 1's answer. Part 2, just tell me what's the gradient and what's the intercept. So in this case, gradient is minus 2. Y-intercept is just 3. So it makes sense to change to gradient intercept form because you can read your answer directly. Next one, I want to keep the y here, but I don't want that 4. How? So you times 4 throughout. Everything times 4. So x becomes 4x, 2 becomes 8. So you multiply 4 throughout. Yeah, so this one times 4. This one times 4. This one times 4. So now it's done already. Yes. So this is the gradient intercept form. No. Because the 4 and the 4 cancels out. Okay, so this is your gradient. I keep hearing conversations. That's why must stick to same sitting arrangement, right? If not, you cannot focus. So next lesson, no matter your friend here or not here, you stick to the same sitting plan. You want to go where? You just came back from there. No, you want to look for Jamil, right? Then stay. Wait for him to come back, then you go. Okay, then this one is your y-intercept 8. Okay, so remember, it's always changing to gradient intercept form and then getting your answer from there straight. Can so O-level also ask questions like that. They purposely rearrange it in this way, like different from your usual equation. Okay, then you need to manipulate it. Can. Why you keep going to the toilet?
He just got 10 minutes.
That's why he just want to go again. I don't know why. He want to vomit?
Yeah, he did the action.
Okay. Can.
For you.
No, it's okay. Okay, now they tell me gradient is this value. So in order for me to know that, I need to change to gradient intercept form first. So I'm going to keep the ky here and shift everything else to the other side. So this one I don't want. Shift to the other side. This one I also don't want. Shift to the other side, become plus 9. Okay, but I'm not completely done yet. I want y equals to something, right? I don't want ky. So what should I do? Everything divide by k. Divide by k. Divide by k. So I get y equals to minus 6 over kx plus 9 over k. So which one is my gradient? This one, right? This thing here is my gradient. And they tell me it's equals to this. So let's try to compare them. So therefore, minus 6 over k is the same as minus 3 over 4. So how to make them the same? Times 2 times 2. So this is minus 6 over 8. This is minus 6 over k. So k is? What is k? 8. That's it. So you just compare them only. Soon. The last part, 4.4, right?
No, it's not algebra.
Still will have a bit.
What's this for trying?
Okay, last one. I want y-intercept. Where is y-intercept? In my equation. Where is my 9 over k, right? So this is my y-intercept. So part B wants me to find y-intercept, which is 9 over k. You know what is k? So just put in. So your answer is done. It's just this. So your y-intercept is just 9 over 8. So every part links up together. You just have to follow the steps one by one. Latika, you okay? You copy already? Okay. Ufa, you okay? Why you all so tired? What did the day do to you all? Today got CCA meh? Don't have what? Why you so tired? Okay, next one. Let's do the easy one. When you have a horizontal line, what is the equation? When you have a horizontal line, what is the equation? No gradient, right? So it's always y equals to whatever value that is representing here. So this line has equation y equals to -2. There's no gradient. Every horizontal line is always y equals to something. And what is that something? It is where it cuts the y-axis. What about the vertical line? Vertical line, undefined gradient, right? So remember the equation is x equals to whatever it cuts at the x-axis. So this equation is called x equals to 5. Okay? So next line that I want to deal with is this one. First thing first, where does it cut the y-axis? 0. So it's indirectly telling me that the y-intercept is 0. Next, I need to calculate gradient. So you just go to your line, pick any triangle that you can form with the line. So what is the rise here? How many units have it rised up? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 units. How many units has it run horizontally? 4. So what is the gradient? Rise over run. So it's 1. So you have gradient, you have y-intercept. So this equation of this line is y equals to mx plus c. So simplify it, it's actually y equals to x. That's it. Okay, so that's the line. Okay, maybe I write here. Line 1 is y equals to x. Line 4 is y equals to -2. Line 5 is x equals to 5. Okay, we are just left with last 2 lines. Let's say this yellow line. So this one. What is the y-intercept of this line? Where does this line cut the y-axis? -2. So the y-intercept is at -2. Next, I need to find gradient. So go and form a triangle that is easy to read. Let's say here. How many units has it rise up? Okay, in fact, it's going down. So it's going down by 3 units. So negative rise. Okay, then horizontally. No, you always run this way, right? So 2 units. So what is the gradient? Rise over run. So you get negative 1.5. So with that, line 3 has equation y equals to mx plus c. So you just simplify. This is your equation. This is the equation of the third line. Okay, one final line. The green one. This one. First of all, what is the y-intercept of this line? This one, right? It cuts at 3. So y-intercept is 3. I just need to go and calculate my gradient by forming a triangle. So how many units have it rise up? 2. How many units has it run? 4. So gradient is rise over run, which is half. So with the gradient, with the y-intercept, so second line is y equals to mx plus c. So this is the equation. So if I never give you 2 points, I give you one straight line on the coordinate plane, you can also calculate the equation of a straight line. So this is one way we can test you. Left 2 example only. No, we can do one more. I'm just deciding whether 7 or... No. No, just now, before I come here, you already snack break. One time you only eat how many snacks? Or nap. See, like that I finished teaching already. Missed 2 lessons. How like that? Which one? L3. Why is it? Okay, because you always imagine you are at the top of the slope running down. So can you see that from here, running to here, you go downward by 3 units. So it's not moving upward. So the rise is negative. You are going downward. But all the rest of the triangle, you are moving upward.
Teacher can take
Any 2 points. Any 2. So you see this black line also the same thing. All this is going upward, positive. So your rise is all positive. Only this line is going down. So the rise is negative. Ken, one last example. Tahan. I draw the diagram. Explode diarrhea. Okay, it says the line L cuts the x-axis at 4, 0. So let's say this is A. This is 4, 0. Then it cuts the y-axis at 0, minus 3. So let's say it's here. This is B. So line L is actually like that. So this is my line L. So diagram wise, this is how it looks like. So they say, can you find the gradient of this line? So of course, no problem, right? Yo, all this labeling wrong. A, B. Can I finish this? You. Okay, fine. The rise would be this one. Aiyo. Okay, use this, subtract this for the difference in the y. So 0 minus negative 3. So these 2. Okay, and then to find the run, you will use x2 minus x1. So this is for the run. These two are. Okay, so that will give you gradient to be 3/4. Okay, so this is the gradient of line L. If you want to be precise, you can write a subscript L for gradient of L. Okay, next. I want to find the equation of the line, so I got gradient already. I just need a y-intercept. Do you need to even use the formula to find?
No.
What is the y-intercept of this line? Yes, so y-intercept is just -3. So in case you have forgotten, y-intercept is where the line cuts the y-axis.
What example is that?
Example 7.
4.2.
Yes, page 5.
Until page 4.
Why is so special?
Really, there's no like a missing page.
Tear it out or what? You take that piece out. You only need that piece, right? Okay, so with gradient, with y-intercept, you get y equals to mx plus the c. Okay, so this is the equation of line L that I want. Okay, next, they say, can you then tell me what is the area of triangle OAB? This one. O is the origin here. This is O. So how to find area of this right angle triangle? How to find area of triangle OAB? So half times base times height. So we can take this to be base, this to be the height. So the base is what? What's the base? How many units will that be? 4. What is the height? I say 4 but write 3. Okay, but height, we don't care about where it is, whether it's positive or negative. We only write that it's 3 units. So you can drop the negative sign. So answer is just 6 units squared. Okay, lastly, how would you find the length of AB? If this is 4, if this is -3, how will you find the length of AB?
Hypotenuse.
Pythagoras theorem, yes. So this is hypotenuse. The longest length opposite your 90 degree is hypotenuse. So we learned that hypotenuse square is equals to the sum of squares of the other two sides. So this is Pythagoras theorem. You learn it in Sec 2.
This is the only thing I learned.
Okay, but you will need this in chapter 7 again, where we learn trigo. So finally, you will get 25. So how to find AB? Minus what?
Minus
Square root 25. So it's either a positive answer or negative one. So it's 5 or -5. This one you reject because length cannot be negative. It is just a positive value. Okay, so actually this subtly tells you what is the length formula. Nora, your file on the way. Is it done yet? Okay, so give me by Friday, huh? I put the content page. Yeah, actually I should have one for Brennan. I have. Okay. So gradient, y-intercept, equation of line, how to find length is the essence of this chapter. Can? Yoon, you okay? The screen? Are you too far behind? If you are too far behind, you can move forward. Yeah. This one. Okay, remember any equation always looks like this. The only value that will change is the gradient and the y-intercept. So I already found gradient to be 3/4. So I change it to be 3/4. I already found y-intercept to be -3. So I change that. The rest is just part of the equation. Yeah, so just sub in accordingly. Then you get the equation of the straight line. These two don't change one. It's always there. Chloe, you okay? All done? Ethan, you okay not? Okay. Son, never eat yesterday. Okay, this one, I have an equation. And they say, can you change it to gradient intercept form in this way? So they give you a hint, change it to y equals to something. So meaning I want to keep my y here and everything else that is not the main cast throw to the other side. So this one I shift to the other side, becomes -2x. This one I also shift to the other side, becomes -4. So remember when you bring it over to the other side, you always reverse the sign. So question say I only want y equals to something. I don't want 3y. So what should I do? Divide by what? -3. So to be fair, everything you see there, you must divide by -3. So this one divide by -3, divide by -3. So left, -2 divided by -3 is just a 2/3. Okay, -4 divided by -3 is just a 4/3. Okay, so this is your new equation in gradient intercept form. So this is gradient. This is intercept form. Okay, so this is just the answer they need for part A. Then part B even easier. They say then you tell me what's the gradient, what's the y-intercept. Just go and read. This is gradient. This is my y-intercept. Okay, so gradient is 2/3, which is this one. Okay, then the y-intercept is just this. So once you get your equation out in gradient intercept form, you basically get gradient and y-intercept. Justin, screen down. And I hope you are copying. We are at page 6. Okay, especially the word hence. When you see the word hence, it means use the answer from part A. So whenever you see the word hence, it means use the answer that you get from part A. Okay, lastly, I have another line that intersects L at the y-axis and passes through the point 36. Find the equation. What happened? Why? You cowboying. The curve ruler, we only need it for the next chapter. This chapter don't have. So don't swing it around. It distracts other people.
So you can see my.
See what?
I know you can see what he's doing, right?
Yeah. I just saw when they laugh. Yeah. You need my attention? From what? For fun. Okay, you want to do that outside P's office? See whether fun or not. Okay, never mind. I understand that. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're funny. It's okay.
Okay, anyway, this is the, let's say this is line 3. Okay, this is my line 3. Why I drew it in this way is because this has a positive gradient, so it should be upward sloping. And they say it passes through the y-axis at the point 4/3. So this is roughly how my line 3 should look like. Then they tell me I have another line 4 that intersects the y-axis at, intersect. Okay, so they say this line 4 intersects the line 3 at the y-axis. So meaning my line 4 goes through here. They say line 4 intersect line 3 at the y-axis. So they must meet at that y-intercept point.
Just X.
Yes,
Then the
correct.
4/3 is line 3.
Is line 3, yes. So this is my line 3. This is my line 4. And why I drew it this way is because they tell me that they intersect at the y-axis. And that is the point where line 3 cuts the y-axis. So it has to be there, no other point already. Okay, then they also give me another hint that this line 4 also passes through the point 4, 6. So what I know about line 4 is I know its y-intercept is 4, 3. Where 3? Oh, okay. Yes. You are wide awake. Okay, so 3, 6. So I have y-intercept. I'm sure of what? I'm sure of gradient. So to find gradient, I need 2 points on the line. So this is 1 point. I need the coordinate of this point. What is this point called? What is the coordinate of this point? 0, because my x-axis is at 0, right? And then 4, 3. So with the 2 points, I can find my gradient already. So y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So you just calculate accordingly. What do you get? Is it 14 over 6, 7 over 3, 2 and 1/3? What is it?
Maybe you should become a professor.
What's the answer? You got calculator, right? What's the answer? 14 over 9. So if it's mixed number, 159. Okay, so you have gradient, you have y-intercept. Put it into the equation template. Equation of straight line always look like that. Put the gradient in, put the y-intercept in, and then you get done. Okay, so this is the equation of the line. So you just remember, no matter what, you always need the gradient and the y-intercept. If not, you can't find equation. Okay, so treat this as the recap of 4.2 before we start 4.3. Okay, those who just came in, if you have not done your SLS, please go back and complete it as a recap for 4.3. By Friday, all this should be done.
So can you write your X like the other?
Like that.
Write like that inside.
Okay. Sure.
I said thank you.
You're welcome.
Give me a card. Make you a card. Thank you card.
Why all the track and field yesterday run already very tired? You all qualify to semi-final, is it? Clap for them lah. Oh, how you all know?
Mr. Shafiq.
Mr. Oh, okay. No wonder so tired. But still must do math lah. Oh,
Today
must.
also have a burn.
Today also need to run? Again? Okay. Can, you all are young and energetic, right? Why the SYFC one? Why the SYFC must comment at this time?
You still sell the flight sim, right? Confirm can change all the like.
But you all don't think it's easy, you know? I tried the drone, I crashed it.
They use their brain, not their.
Yeah lah, but it's also very difficult to coordinate. I tried, it doesn't work. I thought how difficult can it be? But it's quite difficult. At least my...
No, I did research.
Okay, everybody come back to math. Let's talk about CCA another time. Okay, length of a line segment. I just want to readdress line segment. The other day we talked about segment. Line segment. What did I say, if you can still recall? What's the difference between a line and a line segment? Wow. Actually, only Ethan paying attention, right? So sad. Line goes to the infinity at 2n. Like you cannot see it. You know, like Star Wars, right? They open the what? What's that thing? The lightsaber. You cannot see the light like go very far. Cannot see. Okay, but if you chop it up, okay, with 2 endpoints, this is a line segment. So it has 2 fixed endpoints.
So you know Ethan only pay attention during the lesson.
No, I heard during POA also, right? I heard he's a good student.
Okay.
Oh, it's wrong? I heard during English just now there were like massive change of seats. Like a lot of movement. So can you all please... I say massive, I never say what? Not massive? What's wrong with you?
He's being a Gen Alpha. He's brain rot like CBD like that.
Oh, okay. It's very sad. Okay, I need to pause the... Let's say we have a right angle triangle. We know that this is 4. This is negative. Oh no, wrong side. Sorry. So just now it was like this maybe. Okay, this was 4. This was minus 3. We can always use Pythagoras theorem to find this length. So by Pythagoras theorem, c square is 3 square plus 4 square. Can. So this is what we have learned. Length, we can actually use Pythagoras theorem to find. Okay? So this was what we have learned. Okay, but actually, right, they actually made a connection to coordinate geometry to come up with a formula to find length. So for example, I have 2 points. I call it x1, y1, and I call it x2, y2, 2 general points. Then they realized that actually I can always form a right angle triangle with it. Okay, there will always be a right angle triangle that I can form. And then the height here is essentially your rise, which is your y2 minus y1. Okay, this is the height, right? And then the base is actually the run, which is x2 minus x1. Right? We always use this length minus this. So by Pythagoras theorem, we can always find what is the hypotenuse. So this is how they derive with the formula for length. So if let's say we call this length AB, then the formula for finding length is AB square equals to this square plus this square. That's it. But they do one step further. Instead of writing the square here, they just do the square root. And ignore the negative because they know it's length. There's no need for negative. So this is the formula they came up with for the length formula. But actually it's just Pythagoras theorem. Nothing more, nothing less. So using this diagram is the same thing. This is x2 minus x1. So the formula is just what I've written up there. Okay, so it's nothing new here. You have learned Pythagoras theorem. You have learned how to find rise over run. So this formula is not totally new. It is just Pythagoras theorem. So now with this formula, you can find the length of any 2 points, any line segment. So it's quite a powerful formula. So whatever you have seen above, it is just to show you how they got here. This is the formula. The whole 4.3 talks about this formula only. 4.2 just talks about y equals to mx plus c. And then 4.1 just tell you got 4 types of gradient. Okay, so if you unpack the chapter like that, it's not so difficult. Okay, so using this formula, let's play now. I mean, play with the formula. Yeah, if you think of everything as fun, then you will enjoy learning. Okay, let me put it here. Same this formula. Let's try to practice it. So, to find the length AB, you basically take the difference of the x coordinate and then you square it. Okay? You also take the difference of the y coordinate and then you square it. Remember, in the middle is a plus because Pythagoras theorem is a square plus b square. Okay, so this is a plus, don't forget that. I will have students writing minus due to exam stress. So you will get answer as 4 units. Okay, repeat the same formula for B, C, D, E, F. Okay, if you need help, let me know. But can you try this formula for B, C, D, E, F on your own now? Okay, do now. Not talk to your friend. To the front. Who else? Sailesh. You see, Jamil. You reserving energy for later, huh? Okay, A and B are 2 points on the coordinate plane. Find OA. So, O is the origin, which is 0, 0. A is 1, 3. So they say, can you find the length of OA? So basically use the formula x2 minus x1 square. Then x2 minus y2 minus y1 square. So you will get square root 10. Which is what? What is square root 10?
5.
No. What is square root 10? I never bring calculator.
2.
No. 3.16 units. 3SF. Okay, next they also want me to find OB. So I write down O and B coordinate. Then I use the length formula one more time. So y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1 square, and then y2 minus y1 square. So you go and press calculator, you got a square root 40. So what should you get?
6.32.
3SF. Okay, last one, I want AB. So AB using the coordinate. Okay, it's a good habit to write it down so easy for you to draw the arrow. So 1, 3 and 2, 6. So we use the formula x2 minus x1 plus y2 minus y1. Okay, some of you may be wondering, can I go opposite direction? Also can. So I'm finding the length because question want me to find the length of these 3 points, these 3 line segments. Part A, still A. You can write smaller.
I didn't know you write so big now.
Okay, we still have like here the sides. Okay, so this one, if you prefer to write in this direction, it will also give you the same answer, okay? Just make sure you stick to the same direction. So if you have written in the opposite way, you will also get the same answer. So this is square root 10, which is also 3.16. You need 3SF. So these are the 3 answers that you want for part A. 1 mark each. So next, they say, can you show that the points O, A, and B lie on a straight line? How do I show that the length lie on the same line?
They all have the
Same
same.
what?
Then if you divide 6.3.
How do I show that 3 points are on the same line? Let's say like that. Ayo. So let's say this is O, this is A, this is B. If they are on the same line, this is how they look. But how do I show? To do what? So even if they are of the same length, does it show me that they are of the same? Use what? Equation of straight line? Is there another way? You only learn 3 things. Length formula, y equals to mx plus c, and gradient. So can I show that the gradient of this line and the gradient of this line is the same? If they are the same, it means they are parallel. That's first thing. Then if they share a common point, like this one, then the 2 parallel lines must meet. So first thing first, if I show that the gradient of OA and AB is the same, it tells me they are parallel to each other. They can be like that, right? But if they share a common point, then they must meet. So there are 2 things you need to show. This is a common question that O-level likes to ask. Sometimes they ask it this way. Sometimes they ask you to show that they are collinear points. Collinear points. So when they ask this question, you must show gradient and show that they share 1 point in common. So first step, I will find gradient of OA. So gradient of OA is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So you get gradient is 3. Okay, next gradient I can find is gradient of OB. For example, so y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So I also get 3. So since the gradient of OA is equal to the gradient of OB, they are parallel. So meaning OA, let's say O is like that. Then OB, same gradient. It tells me that the steepness is the same. They are parallel to each other. But one other thing that you need to observe is they share a common point O, don't they? Right? So if their common point is the same, they must meet one another. So in this case, actually you should have shifted this thing. You should have shifted and it should look something like this. So they must, all 3 points lie on the same line. Okay, so one other comment you need to write here is since they share a common point O, then you can conclude O, A, and B lie on the same straight line. Okay, or you can say they are collinear points. Collinear. They all form a linear line together. So the main idea is you need to tell me they share a common point and they are parallel to each other. Then you can conclude this. So this is a common O-level question that they like to test you, and it's 3 marks. 1 mark for showing parallel, 1 mark for saying they have a common point, and the final mark for concluding that they are on the same line. Okay, part C, if anybody can tell me what you think correctly, then you earn a chocolate for yourself for the next lesson. I'll bring. This one and this one are equal. So you can do a conclusion. Since AC is equals to BC, therefore triangle ACB or ABC is an isosceles triangle. Okay, so all you need to prove is there's 2 equal lengths. Anyone don't have the notes again? I have 2 copies. Do you need? Who else don't have? All have, huh? Sorry? 1. Entire term 2. So far we have indices, 1 set of notes. Coordinate geometry, 1 set. Only 2 set of notes. Sorry? You don't have indices. Chapter 1 and 2 is term 1. Then now is plus this. These and indices. Chapter 3 notes. Are you still copying? Three, 4, 5. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. Chapter 5 I haven't give you all. Yes. Done? Oh, yeah. This one. It's in Google Classroom, right? It's in Google Classroom. Oh, you take a photo? Because I'm going to start very soon. Okay, if you look at the time, it's 4 minutes. I gave you 2 minutes, right? Then you all start getting comfortable and all the friends start to sit together. All the guilty face, right? Like, why is Yoon there? Rebecca. Oh yeah, okay, Sam. Okay, the rest all at the right place. Okay, next one. Okay, this one. Again, same thing. I have 3 points. Can you find the length of A, B, BC and AC? Do now. Okay, do on your own. What is AB? You got pressed wrongly, you know. I see. Okay, wait. Make sure you always follow the same direction. x2 minus x1. So if you go in this direction, for the y, you must also go in this direction. Minus 1, minus, minus. So become plus. So middle always plus. Double check.
Isn't it x2?
Which one? How to find area? How to find height? Okay, there must be something special about the shape. Let's draw out. Doesn't matter, I can reverse the direction also. So you can write 2 minus minus 2. So that one can be x2. So you can reverse. Okay, we draw out, then you will know how to find the height. Here we are, minus 2, minus 1 is here. This is A. 2 and minus 1. This is B. C is 1, 3. So this is C. Okay, can you see that the base is a horizontal line? So if you want to find area, it's just half times the base AB times the perpendicular height. So this height is from minus 1 to 3 units. So total how many units? From minus 1 to 3. How many units?
Minus 1,
To 3.
3, or 2.
From minus 4. 4 units in total. So height is 4 units. Just look at the diagram. This is 1 unit. This is 3. So the perpendicular height is 4 units. So this is the height. From the diagram you can get. Okay, but let's continue. BC. 1 minus 2 square. And then 3 minus minus 1. So 3 plus 1. Okay, last one. AC. You use 1 minus minus 2. So it's plus 2.
Why got plus?
Because minus negative 2 become plus. 1 minus negative 2. So become 1 plus 2. Yeah. Okay, same thing. 3 minus negative 1. So become 3 plus 1. Length is 2 marks each. 2 marks each. Length. So if they ask you to calculate 3 length, it's giving you 6 marks. But rarely they will ask like that. So this one is what? 4, 16. So it's 4 units. This one is 1 plus 16. So root 17. This is 3, 9, and 16, 25. Yeah. Oh, because square root 16 you get 4 so might as well simplify it. Square root 17 is a long string of number. So if you want, go and press calculator. What is square root 17? What is square root 17? 4.1. 1 what? 1 3. 3 3. 2 3. Ayo. 1 2 3. My ears. Okay. So these are the 3 lengths that you should get. Okay. Okay, part B is area. So you just use a half times base times height. You press calculator, you will get 8 units square. Okay, I'm not sure if you remember, but you should have learned this before. This area of triangle, I found it to be 8 units already. Now they say, can you find the perpendicular from B? This is B to AC. Means they want you to find what is this. But you know the base is 5 units, right? So how do you think we can approach this question? We can use the area formula. Half times base times the perpendicular height will give you 8. Because it's the same triangle, I already found it to be 8 units square. So to find h, I need to simplify this first. So h is just 8 divided by 2.5. Why? No, I don't have a calculator.
It's like mental sum genius.
I know, correct already. 3.2 cm
This one, the one that originates
from Eton. Okay, so length formula you must know how to do. Area is what you have learned in lower sec. Just use your area formula, half times base times height. Okay, this is one question that they like to test. They give you the same triangle, but they change the base and the perpendicular height. So don't worry about it. Whatever area you have found is the same triangle. Even if they change the base to this one, you just have to use this base to be root 17, and then this is the new height. They will ask you to find the perpendicular distance here. So any perpendicular distance they ask you, you should be able to find. Okay? Why? Why you look like you're ready to fight like that? See, that's the thing. When you scold the student, right, then the student sleep in class. We also. Eton also. So that is the negative feeling that I don't like.
No, it's not you. They're just
Every day.
yeah, it's just
That means the cycling at night must stop. Then good. You rest, you do work. Okay, so the problem sum kind of question is still back to the same formula. Okay, last one. Before we can close 4.3. Is that the last question? I hope so. Yeah, last one, good. Okay, this one. Shh. The coordinates of the point C are 3, 2. Find the possible coordinates of the point D that lies on the y-axis. So we try to visualize what they are saying. 3, 2 is here. So this is C. And they say I have a point D that lies on the y-axis. So we know that D can be maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. We don't know where. But as long as it gives me length 5 units. So I don't know where it is, but let's say it's here. Let's say D is here. I don't know what's the y coordinate, but I know x is definitely 0 because it's on the y-axis. This is 3, 2. And they tell me the length must be 5. So I just use my length formula. So I do my x2 minus x1. Sketch will help you see better sometimes. But if you can see without sketching, no need. Okay, then y2 minus y1. You square. Take a square root. Can. Equals to 5. Okay, so this is using length formula. CD length CD equals to 5 units. So how should I solve it? How I? The y over here. That's why. That's the unknown that we want to solve, right? So if I simplify, I get this. But y is right inside. So how do I solve it? I not root, I square both sides. So if I square this, the square root is gone. Then this one becomes 25. So if you square both sides, Okay, so then the normal solving, bring the 9 over.
I mean, you won't choose this, right?
Who knows?
You know.
Wait, Miss Farm is setting up paper again.
Yes. I haven't said yet, but who knows?
You know.
Okay, so you know the game? Okay, so something square is 16. How to, but it can be said as you know.
No, no one says that.
Okay, so you take a square root, it can be 4 or negative 4. So let's try to solve it. So y could be 2 minus 4, which is negative 2.
Why everyday people shouting? Yesterday got
Because everybody is stressed.
shouting, like, I don't know. It's like they dying shout like that. It's not even like happy. That's very
Okay, so these are the two possible values of d that you can get. So that means it can be here or maybe somewhere here, up there. Okay, or it can be here. Not yet, right? My lesson until what time? 10:40, 45. Okay, can. Okay, I'm going to the geometric problem in a bit. So let's take like a 2 minutes break. 2 minutes only, not a lot, 2 minutes. Okay, before we move to the last part.
I'm not doing dance at you. No. Then when you get the dancers get a MC. Then how come I don't get? I'm not.
Wait, Atika, are you not really early?
No.
You not?
Because I'm not bad. That's why lah.
Then what are you?
I'm amazing. That's why. Where's the flash come from? Yeah, that's what is it? What is it?
Yeah, go. Come back soon. Now I realize The two of you shouldn't be together one, right?
No, sir, we just don't like this. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but since when?
Oh, I thought that was like, I don't want to.
Which one is it? Okay, I'm starting. Okay, this one. If you need a summary of the whole chapter, it is this page. So if you are wondering whether you want to make notes or what, this page talks about everything. This is your 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. So this is the 3 chapters formula that is essential. And these are the steps to take when you are given different information. So if you are looking for a summary, is this page. Yes, what do you say? It's a subjective thing. I think it's easy, but every time you all say
Miss Wang, how many years experience?
of what?
Excuse
I
me?
came to this school as a BT in 2009.
The what? The BP?
As a BT, beginning teacher.
So you're Asian.
Okay? That's a double step. Okay, let's look at first one. I'm given 3 points and I want to show that AP is equals to BP. So basically find the length. So go and find AP. Silesh, how will you find AP? That's for calling me O. Use the formula AP. How to find? You can look at the screen though. What's the formula? What minus what? Yeah, give me the number. Between A and P. A lot of hints already. Minus 2 minus? Yes. Then the other one? Minus 4, so become plus 4. Okay, so this is for AP. 25 and another 25. 50, huh? Okay, so you can write it like that first. The other length I need to find is BP. Fikri, how to find BP?
Must use the machine.
Wow, so funny. 4 minus? Yes, then the other one? Very good. Minus 4 is plus 4. So you get a 1 and a 49. Okay, so also this. So once you can show, so therefore AP equals to BP shown. Okay, so they are just asking you to use the length formula. Don't be scared when you look at math question. Scare them back. You try that? See whether work or not. Okay, I'm going to ask the next person. How do I find the coordinates of A? Naisha. How to find these coordinates? What is this? This is the y-intercept. How to find from here? If you can still remember this, how to find the y-intercept? Which value is the y-intercept here? I only have 3 values. Which one is the y-intercept? Minus 4 is in front of x, so is this. So what is the y-intercept? 15. So is this one, So if I rearrange this, y, then minus 4x plus 15. I know that my y-intercept is 15. It cuts y-axis at 15. So what is then the coordinate of A? 0, 15. Okay, because the x is 15. Okay, now I want to find B. Krishvan, how to find B? It cuts the x-axis. So what is 0? What is 0? Y is 0. So how to find that value? I need to sub what? This is the x-intercept. I sub what as 0? Y as 0. So can you sub y as 0 and solve for x? What do you get? Yep. Which letters? M means gradient. C means y-intercept. Keep a formula book, it will help you. Y is just a point. So it can take many values. It's just M and C that is essential. So you sub y as 0. You get 0 equals to 15 minus 4x. Just solve normally. 7.5, 3.75. Okay, correct. So the coordinate of B is just 3.75, 0. Okay, so last but not least, I want the area. Kiran, how to find the area of the triangle? Okay, which is? What are the values that I should put in? What is the base? What is the base here? What's the base here? What's the base? Look at the diagram, it's written there already. Yeah, 3.75. What's the height? What's the height? The height, this one. 15. So what's the answer for area? Someone calculate. (28.125) unit square. If it's exact like that, just leave it. Don't need to round off at all. But you cannot look at the diagram and assume isosceles. Yeah, looks, but they never say drawn to scale, so we cannot assume. If not, they will write it's drawn to scale, then you can use ruler and measure. Yeah. Okay, so his concern is valid. 3 point something shouldn't be so long, right? It should be like that. 3.75, then 15. This one longer. Okay, it's not proportional. Our mistake, Mr. Sailesh. Okay, we will improve.
So silent.
Okay, why? Okay, next one. Let's look at the next example. The random laughter or don't know for what. Sorry. Okay, remember to label all your parts properly. Okay, this one not B, sorry. This A, this B. Okay, next lesson, no more anyhow sit with your table partner. You also, next lesson, go back to where you belong. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
It's basis. Basis.
Why?
Go back to your
Go back to your original seating plan. Okay, go back to where. Go.
Go back to where you sit.
Why so sensitive? You. Serious? Why now the generation so scary one? You all think too much already.
You put it on Instagram, I want to say Miss Farm racist confirm.
What? Then somewhere has to go somewhere. The two of you cannot be together. That's the thing. You can see in front, but just not together. Or maybe see here. Put table here. If not, cannot. Really. Y'all will. Yeah, I know. Okay, this one. Oh, still copy. Okay, question 3. Find the gradient. Latika. Tell me the gradient of this line. Just read only. Yes, but what is the m?
M is 5, negative 5.
Yes, that's all lah. So gradient is just minus 5. Look and compare and get the answer. Okay, next. They tell me that this point lies on this line. So when they say that, what do I do? What do I do, Haya? This point lies on the line. So if it lies on the line, what can I do to this? If a point belongs to that line, means I can sub it in. Okay, so if I sub it in, the x I put as p, the y I put as 2p. So I put into the equation, x change to p, y change to 2p. So finally, bring this over, 7p is 14, p is 2. So the value of p is just 2.
Why you got 7?
Okay, last example, part C. I have the same gradient. Same gradient means what? Parallel. So I have another line that is parallel to this given line. The gradient is minus 5. And they tell me it must pass through this point. So how can I get the equation? Do you all remember the flow chart? After the gradient, you need to find what? After the gradient, find what? Find y-intercept. So remember the formula for y-intercept? uy minus mx, right? So the y is 4. The m is minus 5. The x is 0. Here, the x and the y. So if you go and calculate, your y-intercept is just 4. With your y-intercept, with your gradient, what is your equation? X plus 4. That's it.
So this one you must put 1 mark. Then you can leave it blank.
Why you want to leave blank? This one is quite okay, right? Silesh can see?
Maybe you should ask me to draw triangle.
Triangle.
I'll make it very interesting. See, you're considering.
No, I'm still thinking about that statement.
Means you feel something.
In case you feel affected by it, sorry.
No.
But I really didn't mean it that way.
We just disturb you.
But it's... No, last time, every time I say that, then my class will sing Where I Belong. Then But y'all is like, this is racist. I was like, okay. Okay. So scary, you know. I need to think about what I say.
A generation.
Oh, why your generation so scary? Like so many things to think about. So poor things. Yeah? Okay, go. It's so early. Okay, go. Okay, last. I don't think I have more time to do that. The rest I give you as homework. Ah. Stop it. Yeah, then finally can focus on academic. Okay, I want to find the length of BC. Ufa, help me. Why? How to find BC? What's the formula? Okay, give me the number to put in. Between these two. 16 minus. Okay, so this match with this. What about the other one? Okay, 14 minus 4. So go and calculate. You get 109. I think so. Okay, but because this question say find the length, right? You cannot leave it in this way for final answer. Go and press calculator. What is the 3SF answer? 104.4. Okay, units. Okay, then they say given that BC and AD, they have the same gradient, find the value of y. So now we are talking about gradient formula. So Chloe, can you help me find the gradient of BC? Gradient. Y2 minus Y1. Where is the Y2? Let's say this is Y2. Minus 13 over X2 minus X1. Minus 4. So you get 310, which is 0.3. So gradient of BC is 0.3. Means gradient of AD also 0.3. That's what the question tells me. They have same gradient. So using that, I'm going to set up another equation because I want to find gradient of this as well. Sam, what's the gradient of AD? How to find? If I start from here. What is your Y2 minus Y1? 7 minus? Not 0. Y over? Yes. This must equal to 0.3. So we do a cross multiplication. What is 0.3 times 15? 4.5 or 4.5? Okay, so 4.5. So y is just 2.5. Okay? I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it too much to ask?
Yes.
You can ask 1, 5 and 6.
5 and 6 too little lah. 5, 6. Okay, 5, 6, 7. Okay? 5, 6, 7 homework ah. Then Monday, what do you owe me? File and SLS and 5, 6, 7. What is it now? Is y equals to 4. Next one, I want to find the area of ABCD. How to find? You don't know kite formula, but you know triangle formula. So if I split this into two exact triangles, what is the base? Okay, area of triangle ABC, then I times 2. Because the two triangles are technically the same. Yes. Scroll up. Okay, so what is the base of the triangle? What is the base of this triangle here? This one, right? AC. But what is the length of AC? From -2 to 4. 6. What is the perpendicular height? How many units is that? 1. So if you know the area of one triangle, all you have to do is just times 2. So you get 6 units squared. Okay, so this is the area of the kite that you see there. Yes, Sailesh? This one, I'm trying to find this one. So can you see the base is from -4 to from -2 to 4, so 6 units. The height is here, 1 unit. Can be 8 marks.
How many topics? 5 topics. Which topic will be tested the most?
We can't say which is the most, but quite equally spread out. But functions and graph may be the most because it's the biggest chapter. The one that I haven't give. Okay, then I want to find the length AD. So you learn the length formula. Let's look at coordinate A. Can someone tell me what's coordinate A? -2, 4. What is D? 2, 3. So you must be able to read coordinates. So to find length, again, use Pythagoras theorem. So you choose 1 to be the starting point. So let's say we start from here. So -2 minus 2. 4 minus 3. Okay, there you go and calculate. You get 16, 17. Square root 17. .12 units, 3 SF. Okay, so everything that you have learned before can be tested in the question. So this is the length formula. Okay, if you prefer it in letters, then it's like that. Okay, so make sure you remember how to use the length formula. Lastly, they want you to find the equation of the line CD. So can you tell me what's the coordinate C? 4, 4. What is the coordinate of D? Okay, 2, 3. So what is the first step if I want to find equation? Gradient. So what's the gradient formula? The rise over run, right? So y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1. So remember, it's always y first. So you need to start from the second coordinate. So 3 minus 4 over 2 minus 4. So you get half. Okay, so this is your M. What is the next step? Remember the flow chart? What is the next step? Find C. So it's what? Y minus mx. So how to get all these 3 values? I know my m is half already. So the x and the y comes from either pair. You choose. You see which number you like. You pick. So put in the x as 2. Put in the y as 3. Then you can find your y-intercept. So this is 3. So you get your y-intercept as 2. So with your gradient, with your y-intercept, what's the last step? The equation. So equation, what is the general form? Y equals to mx plus c. So put in your m, put in your c, and you are done. Okay, so this is basically one question in the chapter that they can test you, and it tests everything. They test you gradient formula, this one. They test you length formula. They test you equation of a straight line. And there's also geometry requiring you to find area. So usually what they like to test you is area of triangle or area of trapezium, or even area of parallelogram. Okay, so this whole chapter, they can test you in one question like this. Part A, they ask you to write the equation of the line of symmetry. Can be vertical also. Okay, if it's vertical like this, then it's always x equals to whatever value of A that it cuts through. So, yes, so WA will test one question like this, where you are needed to find area of something. Okay, and then find length formula, find gradient, find equation. So whole chapter is tested just in one line, in one question like that. So your 4.2 gradient, your length 4.3, this context itself is 4.4, and equation is also, no, that means this is 4.1, gradient is 4.1, so this is 4.2. Okay, so they can test you one whole chapter in one question, and the question can go up to 8-9 marks. It's like a third of your paper. WA is 30 marks, oh? Can have, why not? If it's a big question. Graph can also be in this way. Okay, so as long as you remember the formula, you use the formula diligently, all the parts you should be able to do. Sorry? Every topic is important if you want to do well. Yeah? Equation of line. Y equals to mx plus c. Find C. C is using y minus mx. So this is the step. We use the gradient that we found from here and pick one of the point to sub in the x and the y.
Where do you get the y
from this equation? From the points. So I have 2 points, right? C and D. I just pick one of it. Yes, even if you change to this, my C will be y, which is 4, minus gradient half, and then this. So you also get 2. So no matter which point you choose, you will still get the same C. So you choose one that you like better. Yes, so you see which one you like. So this is the y coordinate, this is the x coordinate, this is the m. Okay, so standard step, find gradient. Step 1, find gradient. Step 2, find y-intercept. Step 3, sub it into the equation. So this is a summary of the chapter already. Can you all still copying? Yeah. Why what? What's the question? N.
What's the date of math exam?
I told you all right. 9, I think. Your PO now is 4. Our exam is 7, right? 7 or 8. Every time I send, then I forgot already. Yeah, that day you asked me to pin, right? Okay, I pin. Pin for 30 days. Okay, it's 6 May, week 7. Okay, but I believe your later paper is always POA and one more subject, which is week 9, right? Yeah, so I think you're still week 8, maybe.
So teacher, our school ends at week 10, so school ends at
Yeah,
May
20 or 30th. Friday usually is a HBL or meet the parent. Okay, can I move on? This one. I want to find the length of AB. So same thing, same formula. Part A. AB. Look at the coordinates and maybe tell me what will you do to find the length AB. I already got the coordinate. How will you find it?
Y equals mx plus c.
No, not y equals to mx plus c. Difference of the x. So 8 minus 0
Square.
square
Square. And
plus
plus
4 minus 7 square. So you must remember this formula. Then the 2 marks is yours. Okay, if you don't remember, then you can't get the marks. So 64 and 9. 73. What's it? 8.5? 4 units. Okay, so this is part A. Part B wants the equation of the line BC. So now we are interested in this one. So again, what is step 1? Find gradient. So y2 minus y1. Okay, over x2 minus x1. So the steps are repeated. Okay, if you follow through, then there's no reason why you cannot do it. So gradient 2, we have solved 1. What's the next step? Vera, what's the next step? After gradient? Just now you asked, after gradient, what is the next step that I need to find for equation? Y equals to mx plus c, but I want the c. So c is y minus mx. So what's the gradient? Y2, you can change over. No, you change over. The other one you also need to change over. No. Oh, sorry. This is 1, right? I calculated wrongly. So this is 4. So if you do this, you will also get 4. If you swap the order, instead of y2 minus y1, you do y1 minus y2, x1 minus x2, it should get the same answer. Okay, just make sure your sequence is always correct. Okay, now what's the gradient to sub in? 4, right? Then you just choose one of the pair that you want, either the C or the B. I choose B because there's no negative, it's easier to deal with. So the X is 0, the Y is 7. So I put in Y as 7, X as 0. So my Y-intercept is 7. Correct, right? This one is 0, what?
But I used the other one.
Okay, you use the other one, you should get the same thing. Minus 1 and 3. So 3 is the Y.
I used the wrong one.
So this one become plus. So you will also get 7. So doesn't matter which pair you choose, you should also get the same C. Okay? Just which number you like to deal with. So C is 7, M is C, C is 7, M is 4. What is my equation? 4x plus 7. That's it. So after a few rounds, you will realize that all the questions are the same. You just need to be diligent enough to know what to do. Chloe, I hope you are not using phone in the back. Okay, every day you make the right decision to do well. It's your choice. Okay, part C. The quadrilateral is a parallelogram. Okay, find the coordinates of D. This kind you can do drawing to help you. So meaning you just have to use a ruler. Okay, wait, let me. You can use a ruler and shift it downward. Okay, and then draw a long line. Right, same thing, use a ruler, draw it downward, and then see where it matches. If you don't want to do it this way, you use counting. So meaning, from B to C, I need to shift down by 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 units. So same thing. Here, I should also shift down by 4 units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? And then to the left, 1 unit. To the left, 1 unit. So my D must be here. Okay, you parallelogram means these two must be parallel to each other. Meaning, if I want to move point B to C, I need to move point A to D in the same way in order to be parallel. So if I shift B down, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps down, and then I move to the left, I meet C. So A should move in the same way to meet D. So go down by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, shift to the left, D. So this is how you get your coordinate D.
Teacher, can't we just use the ruler?
Can. So that one is one way. So you either draw a parallel line. You all know that in your mathematical set, there's this thing called the set square, right? The triangle.
This one.
Yes, so the triangle is to help you draw a horizontal line. So you put your triangle up there, or rather the longer part so that you have a longer way to walk. So like that maybe. Okay, then put your ruler perpendicular to it and shift. Okay, then you draw a very long line. Same thing here, put your set square here.
This one, don't you go down?
And then you shift downward, parallel to it, and see where it meets. It should meet here, if you do it properly. Okay, but the safer way is to count. Then you are very sure you are at the right point. So what is the coordinate of D? 7, 0. Done. This one is only 1 mark. So actually they don't need much effort. So this one is 1 mark. Equation is 3 mark. Length is 2 marks. So like that is 6 marks already. We can only ask 1.
Teacher, what?
Okay, and then another part, if we haven't test gradient, if we haven't test other things, we will test it in another question. But usually together.
Why can't it be 7-1?
7, 1?
Yeah.
Cannot be, not so high, not so high. They won't meet at that point. You move your ruler properly. You draw the line, then see where they meet. Okay, this is a 6. How to shift?
No.
Then?
Very overstimulating.
Oh. Okay, okay. Okay.
Then you still wanted to put him next to me.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, can. Okay. Move on, So if let's say we have other points that we want, we will always shift it accordingly in this way. So this is one way you can do it. If you don't like to look from this point, you can look from the other point. Let me show you how. Okay, you can also look at it as shifting from B to A. Go down 3 units. Then move to the right. The number of units you need. So in this case is 2, 4, 6, 8 units. Then 3 units down. So same thing. From this point, move to D. I should also move in the same way. So go down by 3 units. Move 8 units to the right. So D should be here. So it will meet at this point. That's this. Okay. Your quiz. Wait for it. Next lesson. Okay, 2 points, A and B. Find the length. Okay, Chloe, let's try. How to find the length of A and B. Okay, which is the x2 that you want? Choose the point for me. 1. Okay, so 1 minus 5. Okay, then the other one? 4. 4 plus 2. So minus 4 minus negative 2. That's why become plus. Then 1 minus negative 5. That's why also become plus. So if you go and calculate, it's a 36 and 36. So 72. What do you get? 3SF, please. What? 8.49. 3SF. Okay, next one. Part B. Equation of AB. So again, same thing. Find gradient first. So Saumya, how to find gradient? Give me the value that you will put in. Okay, over. Yes. So remember, make sure you keep to the same order. Then you get gradient 1. What's the next step, Fikri? How do I find y-intercept? Mx, right? So what's the value you put in? What is the y and the x that you will choose? Which one you prefer, A or B? There's only 2 points to choose from. You want to choose this or this? Okay, so you put 4, then minus. Gradient is what? Gradient is what? Then what is the x you put in? From here. This is the x. This is the y, right? So what is the x value to put in here? Okay, then you go and calculate. You get 3. So with the y, with the gradient and the y-intercept, what's the equation, Sailesh? What is the equation of the straight line? Y equals to mx plus c. Yeah, tell me, what is it? Equals to? Yeah, what is it? Sub in for me. Okay. So y equals to mx plus c. But what is the gradient and the y-intercept value to put in? Okay, then? X we don't know. What is the c? What is the c? This one is length AB. 3. So put in the 3 and this is your equation. So I want you all to struggle through. You look at it, it's like, oh, easy to do. But when you are really doing it, you need to know what to put in. Then you can get all those marks. Okay, this is equation AB. Okay, this is the only difficulty we can tweak the question. Part C. Find the coordinates of the point where this equation cuts the x-axis. Cuts x-axis means what? This is x-intercept. X-intercept sub what? Y as 0. Okay, so when you sub y as 0 here, what is x value? What is the x value? -3. So they ask you for the coordinates of the point where it cuts the x-axis. It is -3, 0. So this is the coordinate they want. So if you are really drawing your graph out, you are trying to find this point, which happens to be -3, 0. This is where it cuts the x-axis. Okay, this is my equation, right? If I were to draw it out, this is my equation. Then they ask you, it cuts the x-axis at this point, find the point. So when it cuts the x-axis, it is always where your y is 0. Can you see? This is this point, your y coordinate is 0. So if you sub in y as 0 into the equation, then you can get the x. Okay, if they change to cut the y-axis, then you sub x as 0. That's all we can tweak the question. Can't go any tougher already. Okay, last one. The equation of the line passing through the origin. Where is origin? Here. This is origin. Origin is 0, 0. So they say I have another line that is parallel to this. So parallel means like that. and pass through here. What is the equation? So do I have the gradient?
The gradient is
Okay, so parallel means same gradient.
the gradient is just the line.
So what is the gradient value? Not 4. What's the gradient value? 1. Here, right? We found already.
Oh yes.
So gradient is 1. All I need is the y-intercept. So where does it cut in the y-axis? 0. So my y-intercept is 0. So with these two, what is my equation? What is my equation? 1x plus 0. So it's just y equals to x. This one. So I can give you parallel line, but don't need to be scared. Everything is y equals to mx plus c if it's equation. Equation of the line, the new line that they give you. Where is my assignment? Did I give you all the assignment yet? No, right?
This one.
Yeah? Can. Oh, here. Yeah, if it's ready.
Okay. Tomorrow the whole morning I not in school.
Why?
NSC.
Oh, okay, but you give this already,
Yeah,
right?
I probably math lesson I think I hear.
Okay.
What period?
I don't know if there is.
Have.
I'm so excited.
You stop it. I don't believe.
Tomorrow.
You look at everybody's face now, all like struggling to stay awake.
Why'd you say that? I'm so excited. I'd rather have math than chemistry.
Yo ho. Okay, done. We want to finish this chapter so that we. Everybody ask me don't test 8. You say this one is tougher. No, this one is longer because there's more parts. But this one conceptually is more test. Okay, the rest is tomorrow morning.
Okay, right. I got the this one for the term 2, then for the term 1 the content page.
Can. Anything above is. So tomorrow morning, don't say you never see me at all. You will see me for classroom assembly. So don't give me the excuse. Can. Sorry. Time for revision. Okay, this one. B is a 0.08. So this is what they tell you. And the sloping line, which is the line, okay, that pass through B, and the horizontal line which pass through C, they meet at A. So that's what they are trying to tell you. Okay? Then they say given that the equation of the line AB, so they give you this equation. They say is y equals to 2x plus 8. Then they say the equation of the line AC is just y equals to 2. When they say that, they are telling you that this point is 2. Okay, so write down everything that they give you. And they say, can you then find what is the coordinate of A and of C? So first, C is quite easy, right? What is the C's coordinate? Coordinate 0, 2. Okay, so I know C already. How to find A? What do I know about A and what do I not know about A? I don't know the X, right? But do I know the Y? 2. So, this A lies on which line? Which line? This point A happens to lie on the this line, right? The red line. Which satisfies this equation. No, meh? This point, isn't this on this line? So when it lies on the line, it satisfies the equation. Means I can sub it in. So I'm going to try to sub this into the equation. So I will sub x2 into y equals to 2x plus 8. So my x is still x, but my y is 2 now. So let's try to solve it. Bring this over. So x is just minus 3. So my coordinate for A is minus 3, 2. Okay, so this is an example of a question that we can ask you also. This one is your Sec 2's work.
Sec 2, my teacher was
Sec 2, you are given this before, right?
never. Please don't test this.
I can't go according to your wish list.
My wish list is a BM plus.
Okay, I want to find the area of the triangle. How to find? Jamil, how do I find the area of this very cute triangle? Half times base times height. But what's the base? What's the base here? How many unit? How many unit is the base? Here. 3, but drop the minus. Don't tell me the base is minus 3. For length, we don't care about the sign. So what's the height?
Thanks, teacher.
Jamil, what's the height? From here to here. This point is at 8. What is this height? 6. So you have to use this to subtract the 2 off to get the height. So the height is 6. And then you get 9 unit square. So you see that over the years, they always like to ask area of triangle. If not, it's a trapezium. If not, it's a kite. If not, it's a parallelogram. All the shape that you have learned for. But nothing beats knowing triangle formula. I explain like it's hard. Can you tell me how to explain like it's easy?
This one is telling you how to do your job.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it in offense, I just say this one takes longer than the other question. Like what is hard about it? That's what I'm asking.
Why is this taking longer than other question? It's just you have to read from the diagram what's the base and what's the height. So you just have to read it accordingly. In this case, the height is 6 and then the base is 3. So that's why you get half times base times height lah. Question 7 is harder than this thing. It tests you a bit more on your concept. So it's a bit tougher actually, this question. Okay, one more. I have ABC drawn on the diagram. Find the equation of BC. Don't know how many times I've been asking the same thing already. So let's test Kiran. What is the first thing you do when you want to find equation of the straight line?
So it's gonna
Find what?
be square root, and then it's gonna be
That one is the length. When I want to find equation of straight line, I want to find y equals to mx plus c. So what is my first step?
y,
Find what?
Under
Find
pressure.
gradient.
Under pressure.
Okay, how to find gradient? Tell me the formula. How to find gradient? Y2,
y2 minus y1,
then over
x2 minus x1.
6 minus 4. So remember, you all can remember the formula, but you must know when to apply what. So 1.5 is your gradient. How to find the next thing? Nora, after finding gradient, what should I find? C. So C is y minus mx. Can you tell me what will you sub in? Okay, the m, 1.5. What about the x and the y? Choose one of them. Tell me which one you sub in. Okay, the 4 one. So this one, x is 4, y is 6. So you get 0. So in this case, since y-intercept is 0 and gradient is 1.5, so my equation is this. Can. 4 minus 1.5 can. Oh, then your answer is different.
4 minus 1.5 bracket
4 minus...
6. For the y
Which one? This one?
below.
Why?
Isn't 4y? For C.
No, she chose this. This is the X, this is the Y. This is the X, this is the Y.
So isn't it y minus y m n?
Oh. Okay. Okay, my bad. This is for...
We're making the mistakes on purpose. So she
No, I'm not on purpose. It was really like mental block. So what's the answer then?
15.
4 minus 1.5 times 6? No, right? 9, so minus 5?
4 minus 1.5.
Negative 5.
2.5.
You check. Correct, right? This one is minus 9, right? So 4 minus 5, minus 9 is minus 5. Yeah, correct, Okay. Next question, they say ABC actually forms a right angle isosceles triangle of area 6.5. So, with that being said, it's a right angle isosceles triangle. So meaning there must be two lengths that are equal, right? Because it's an isosceles triangle. So let us just let this be x. Okay? And then this is right angle. That's what they tell you. So half times base times height should give you 6.5. So this is x squared. This is 13 because you divide this over. So x is just square root 13, which is what? Okay? So the geometry part will make it a bit more tougher, but your gradient, equation, and length formula, you must know how to apply. Otherwise, you will always feel like it's impossible. How do I get 13? You use 6.5 divide by half. Is this the last question or still have? Okay, got one more. Then we will finish the question. But can I pass you all the next set of notes first? So I don't have to lock it back.
Oh my god.
Last one, tahan.
My eyes are dying.
Setting.
My eyes are dying.
Okay, remember to tell yourself, the more you hate a subject, the better you need to do at it. Just like how I hated physics last time. I'm not a physics teacher, I'm a chem and math teacher. No.
Your teacher's chem.
I returned my
teacher's
chem
chem,
already.
please,
The salt
please.
preparation, the titration.
No, it's not like our chem teacher is bad. She's just very boring.
I'm not a physics teacher.
Teacher in the paper last year, remember?
It's a physics chem, is it? There's a chem component. I said
No,
the chem.
it's the light one.
No, I don't teach physics. Mrs. Kaur is the physics teacher. Lower sec physics.
I'm gonna ask
Every teacher by right has two subjects. Our first subject and our second. So we all had a science second subject. Miss Lau is a physics teacher. Yeah.
Miss Jenny lah.
Yeah. The modern dance teacher.
Oh, the one that was filming doing.
Because she's my classmate last time at JC.
Yeah,
Okay?
with sir.
With sir, yes. He don't remember us already, so sad.
Actually,
Okay, yeah. Okay, but anyway, P is a point 0.08, Q is a point 0.04. Write the equation QS.
Say show us your book.
Cannot. I think it's like a not so nice thing to show. I also don't want to show you all my face. And Miss Lau's one. No, I cannot. You ask Miss Lau to show you. I doubt she will do it. Okay, anyway, write the equation of QS.
This question 8 marks.
Janissa, what is the equation of QS? It's a horizontal line. Passes through where? Yeah, QS, what's the equation? Y equals to plus C, but what's the M? It's a horizontal line means? No. What? The gradient is 0, right? So straight away this is gone already. What's the y-intercept of this line? No, this one's 0, right? But what's the y-intercept here? 4. So the equation of the line is y equals to 4. Just like the first question we went through just now, the horizontal line is just y equals to the y-intercept. So when you see horizontal line, the answer is very clear cut. It's just the y-intercept value. Horizontal flat one. So it's always y equals to whatever value you see here. If it's horizontal. If I have a vertical line here, then this is always x equals to whatever you see here, let's say minus 1. Then this equation is called x equals to minus 1. So when it's horizontal or vertical, it's very easy. You just see what's the value and write it accordingly. But when it's a slanted line, then you must go and find gradient, go and find y-intercept. Okay, next line, PT. This line, PT. Change color. PT. Yoon, how do I find the equation of PT? Find gradient. So how will you find gradient in the first step? Eight minus 0, so y2 minus y1, then? Yes. So you get minus 1 for gradient. What is the y-intercept of the red line, Krishvan? You just look at the line. Where does it cut the y-axis? 8. So in this diagram, they already tell you it cuts at 8. So y-intercept is 8. Gradient is minus 1. But if you don't want, you want to go and calculate yourself, also can. So you can also go and do this. Right? Then you pick one point. Let's say P is 0, 8. So this is 8 minus 1, 0. Y-intercept. Where it cuts the y-axis. Where it cuts y-axis. Okay? So now with this, you can find the equation of the straight line. Sailesh, what's the equation of the straight line? Yes, but what's the value of M and C to put in? Four? What is the gradient? Yeah, so you get minus x. Okay, because gradient is minus 1, this is 8. Just plug it in and you got the equation. Okay, lastly, they want you to find the area of the trapezium OQRT. This one. C? Oh, we haven't found. Okay. C anyway. C, this R. I know one coordinate. What is it? Got 0 meh? I don't know what's the x, but the y is 4. So this point happens to lie on which line? The PT, right? So like what we did just now for the previous question, part C, you are to sub R into the equation y equals to minus x plus 8. So all the questions are repeated, if you can see.
I miss Ishan.
So this one is bring the x over. Then 8. So x is just 4. So r is 4, 4. Okay, this is the answer for r. This question is just like the previous one. When the point is on the line, you can sub it in and solve. Okay, last example is find the area of the yellow trapezium. How will you do it? If you forget the formula for trapezium, you can go and find the square and the triangle. Okay, but if you didn't forget, can you remember what's the area of trapezium? Half times sum of parallel line. Do you still remember this? Times height. That means let's say this is A. This is B. Can you still remember that? In lower set you learn. Sorry? The yellow one. The one that I've shaded. So A, if you read it carefully, is 4 units. B, if you read it carefully, is 8 units. The height is 4. So once you plug everything in, half times 4 plus 8 times height. So you get 2 times 24 unit square. Okay? So this is trapezium. So I hope you can see that out of all the 10 questions that you have done, there is always a commonality. Either gradient, equation, 1 point on the line, they ask you to find the coordinate. I'll quickly pass you. Assignment. For this chapter, there's only 2 pages. All 10-year series questions. Yes. Today go back and try.
Oh, so much homework.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 2 pages are all 10-year series questions. Oh, then you are quite good already. Okay, I also pass you the notes of the next chapter, so I don't have to bring it again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What?
You have a period of rest tomorrow, right?
I think so.
Yeah, we do.
So your file,
Just say lah.
let me know. Jamil, your file tomorrow morning. Or you want to give me? Okay, so you give me tomorrow morning. Just go and find everything.
Thank you.
Yes. Cool. Can. Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, so today go back and do the assignment. Okay, and then bring your new notes for the next chapter, and then do expect a quiz next lesson. I don't know if it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow got 1 period.
Or 1 period. So just nice for a quiz. 3 question quiz. Okay, thank you class. Okay, have a nice day.
Yeah, how long you staying for reunion?
I can't stay very long, like 15-30 minutes. Yeah, because I really, why they suddenly said today?
Why? Because Friday cannot. Then Mr. Gogo, the class is set on Monday.
Okay, I just try to stay as long as I can. I go and pack my bag first.
You can leave when
Yeah?
After English,
Okay, can. All the best.
Some of them not stable, so I just
Okay, I will punch.
punch.
Okay, can. Thank you.